jdpower.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill. Doing business the right way. For JD Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Attention! This is a pesticide exposure alert. The pesticide chlorpyrifos, used as an insect repellent, has now been linked to neurodevelopmental disorders in children and Parkinson's disease. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after being exposed to chlorpyrifos, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory68.com now to see if you qualify. Across the country, pesticide manufacturers have already faced multi-billion-dollar lawsuits and settlements over alleged health risks. Now, people exposed to chlorpyrifos are taking legal action, alleging this pesticide caused serious neurological injuries in both adults and children. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after chlorpyrifos exposure, don't wait. Strict filing deadlines may apply. Visit govictory68.com today to see if you qualify. Go to govictory68.com. That's govictory68.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. For the third consecutive night, the U.S. launching another round of attacks against Iran. U.S. also resuming a naval blockade of Iranian ports, declaring itself the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. Congressman Pat Fallon with reaction.
You cannot trust the IRGC. They're incredibly bad at governing, and they're very good at tyranny and chaos and murder and mayhem.
President Trump also announcing the U.S. will impose a 20% security fee on cargo transiting the waterway. A driver killed by ICE officers in Maine in a shooting Monday was not the target of the warrant the officers were executing. Independent Senator Angus King demanding answers.
Apparently there are no cameras involved. Body cameras were not on the agents.
Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen says the driver tried to ram ICE agents pursuing him. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
St. Louis Cardinals outfielder Jordan Walker won the 2026 Home Run Derby at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia Monday, defeating Philadelphia Phillies slugger Kyle Schwarber in the final round. This year's contest featured an all-new swing-based format, as hitters had a limited amount of swings to hit as many home runs as possible. Junior Caminero of the Tampa Bay Rays had the longest home run of the night at 491 feet. Schwarber made it to the finals and hit 11 dingers, but Walker beat him with 12 to take the title. He's the first Cardinal to ever win the Home Run Derby. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The company is called Chipotle Mexican Grill, and now we're going to find out what people in Mexico actually think about it. Betting an American brand can still sell Mexican-inspired food to Mexicans. Chipotle will open its first locale south of the border this Thursday in the Monterrey metropolitan area. Other locales will open in the Nuevo León state later this year, with plans to expand to Mexico City next year. Following another night of U.S. military strikes against Iran, the market is worrying about a return to higher oil and gas prices, which would push prices higher overall. Today, inflation will be on Wall Street's collective mind for two reasons. Today's Consumer Price Index report for June forecast to show moderating prices thanks to last month's gasoline price pullback, and the first of 2 days of congressional testimony from new Fed Reserve Chief Kevin Warsh, with inflation certain to be central to much of the conversation. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace.
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It'll be off the chain on Tuesday, July 21st at 6:40 when the Phils play the Dodgers and kids 14 and under receive a Chick-fil-A Phillies Big Chain. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. The rivalry returns when the Phils host the Mets on Thursday, July 16th at 7:10, Saturday, July 18th at 4:05, and Sunday, July 19th at 1:35. Secure seats today at Phillies.com.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With available features like all-terrain tires and off-road tuned suspension, the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. Here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Tuesday, July 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker again this morning. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. It's a Tuesday. That means Matt Rooney will join us somewhere after 8:30 as we kick off another Rooney Tuesday.
Nice.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you.
Another slow news day, friends.
Yeah, we'll find a way to limp to the finish line today. I don't know what we'll kick around. Sean, what's up, buddy?
I'm all right. I'm just asking, for the city of Philadelphia, do you guys need a Heimlich maneuver for Kyle Schwarber, who choked away the home run derby? I'm just asking that question.
My daughters.
He choked it away.
Yeah, who from your city has
what?
Yeah.
We don't participate in gimmicks
tonight in the All-Star game.
I don't know if you know this. We're a first-place baseball team, okay?
Well, you're not here.
2 games over 500.
2 games over 500. My daughter.
Listen,
you're only as good as.
We don't pick the division. We're the best. We're just. I'm just saying we're first-place baseball team.
Uh-huh.
Okay? We have other things to worry about than gimmick home run derbies. Okay, than choking gimmick home run derby.
Well, Jordan Walker, another man that robbed Philadelphia of sheer joy. Par for the course in this city. But what are you going to do?
It was still a great night. Come on.
We loved it. My daughters.
By the way, we watched the whole thing. I didn't watch a minute of it.
You didn't watch a minute of it?
A minute?
No.
What were you doing? Tweeting?
I forgot to watch it. No, I forgot to watch it. And then so this morning when I woke up, I was like, who won the home run derby? And I saw that Schwarber, 12-11, and Jordan Walker hit 6 straight home runs in his final 6 swings to win. I mean, that's just,
But the magenta,
it's not even Schwarber's fault.
The magenta ball has to go. The final ball.
That's T-Mobile.
Yeah, T-Mobile. It looked like a like half of a tomato just like rotating through the air. And of course, nobody could hit the magenta ball until the finals. When Jordan Walker goes off.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Well, I love T-Mobile. I have to full disclosure. They're my cell provider, and the reason why we keep them, the number one reason why we keep them, is because they are the official sponsor of Major League Baseball, right? So they give all their customers free MLB TV. So me being a Texas Rangers fan living in Tennessee, not being able to watch the team, I get it for free every year. So
good value there. There you go.
I get to watch that team talk about choke. Other than 2023, but I will always have 2023.
Totally.
So I can't even complain.
Yep.
There it is.
Sean and his brawny man red.
He does. Yeah, he looks like the brawny man today.
I'm very happy about it.
I like the red better than the blue.
The executive wardrobe. Gary Stam is the executive wardrobe commissioner of my situation here, and he demands the red, so we have the red again.
Since Gary Stam is making demands, I'll make a demand right back to Gary. Gary, when you want to send Fight Club emails to me, can you just email me like the 9 that you sent in one email? There's a thing called the enter button on a keyboard where if you tap it 2 or 3 times, you can just stack the links and separate them. Instead of sending me 9 last night in like a 7-minute stretch where my phone was going off to the point where my wife was like, who's bothering you? I'm like, I don't know. It's 8:30. I'm trying to watch the All-Star game, and I'm getting Gary Stam Fight Club submissions like I'm being spammed by spam callers. I need forget a spam blocker. I need a Stam blocker. Oh, my God. No. Anyway.
Just for that, Gary may have a blue flannel tomorrow.
Yeah, give him the blue flannel.
That's
his punishment. That's his punishment. He gets the blue flannel. Blue for the rest of the week. All right, we have a ton to get to. Obviously, the Maine ice shooting will be the theme of the big take this morning. CNBC ranking the worst states to live, but the facts of inbound and outbound migration to certain states would tell a completely different story. We'll get to that coming up this morning. Birthright citizenship, not a done deal yet. Jim Banks in Indiana, he's got an idea. We'll get into it. And also the Gen X and older millennial MAGA voters and how they want their 90s back. We'll get into that this morning. The Cut Sheet, Fight Club, Matt Rooney, and a whole lot more. But let's get to the news. Round number one. Here is the great Dawn Stensland at 6:05.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday. Yeah, it's July the 14th. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live by Capital One. So enjoy 71 degrees right now. We'll tell you how hot it's going to get today, tomorrow, triple digits. So we have some heat alerts that are on and also air quality alerts for especially later today, but also for tomorrow. Full forecast. It's an important one when you think of the fact that we are the hosts of the All-Star Game this evening. So we got all that going on. Just a heads up, since you mentioned national news, President Trump making a big announcement. So we're watching for 4 p.m. Eastern time today. That's when President Trump announced yesterday that the United States will be reinstating the naval blockade on Iran, Strait of Hormuz. Who is the Star-Lord? We were joking about this yesterday. Yeah, the Guardian of the Galaxy, the Guardian of the... I know.
No clue about
the Guardian of the Strait. We're the Guardians of the Strait. They said to me, help me, Obi-Don Kenobi. Obi-Don. They call me Obi-Don Kenobi. They say, sir, you're our only hope, sir. Help me, Obi-Don Kenobi. You're our only hope. Please be the Guardians of the Strait. And so, we say, may the force be with you. These aren't the droids you're looking for, right? I tried that with Chris Christie. I said, these aren't the donuts you're looking for, but he ate them anyway. They say Jabba the Hutt is immune to the Jedi mind trick, right? You look at Chris Christie.
Well, so we'll see. There was also this matter of...
Nick, is that
you killed me.
I know, Nick.
Just so funny.
So there's also this matter of, would there be a 20% surcharge, a rate charge, kind of like how you feel when you go to the Jersey Shore and you pay all those tolls? So 20% for securing safe passage. Marco Rubio, Trump saying different things. And will this really happen by 4 p.m. or will they be able to avert any kind of situation? So we'll be talking about that, but I just want to put that on your proverbial radar. So let's get to it. The weather's really one of the big stories, as well as the All-Star Game. In Philadelphia, we also have a busy night for police. Once again, Philadelphia police, 4 people shot after at least one person opened fire. This according to Philadelphia police. This happened during a basketball game last night, James Finnegan Playground, Southwest Philadelphia. And that according to Philadelphia police, who say multiple victims were there. So police officers called to the scene, multiple 911 calls. And this was the 2700 block of South 68th Street, about 8:15-ish last night. 3 of the men shot are between the ages of 18 to 20, playing basketball, like I say, at the time of this shooting. The 4th man, about 40 years old, this was a guy who had waited until after sunset, because it's still light out around that time, 8 o'clock, 8:15. So he was mowing his lawn because, with the intense heat, maybe he got home from work. Now he waits a little bit to, for it to cool down a little bit, mowing his lawn nearby, and was caught in some of the gunfire, not crossfire, gunfire. All 4 victims rushed to the hospital in stable condition. The 3 younger men shot in the lower body. The middle-aged guy who was cutting his lawn was hit by a bullet that likely, police say, ricocheted off of something else and then unfortunately struck him. So there are 3 persons of interest in custody. They are believed to be in their late teens. So they're not naming these suspects because maybe most of them are juvies, although one we're looking at might be 18.
A male, possibly white.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, of course, protect the identities. Poor guy, I'm assuming a homeowner, one of the rewarding things about America when you own a home is if you don't have an HOA, you go out, you mow your lawn, and you can't even go out and mow your lawn in peace.
Yeah. I mean, Matt, just...
Yeah. And again, luckily in Philadelphia, we're bad shooters. Bad shot city, right?
Yeah.
Bullet ricochets.
What are the odds?
Yeah, right.
So police saying the 3 juveniles, persons of interest, they're only being interrogated. It's still unclear how, if at all, they were involved in the shooting. So there was a car that left the scene. This is all still under investigation. So just giving you that one. We have a 14-year-old boy arrested and now charged with murder for the shooting death of a pizza delivery driver. This happened last month, early June, in North Philadelphia. And Nick, you'll remember when we talked about this and reported it. So the alleged shooter, or the accused shooter, I should say, is ID'd as Sincere Camps. His first name is Sincere, as if in, the name Sincerely, Sincere Camps. He's 14, accused of shooting and killing the victim, who's ID'd as 28-year-old Anshul Kuncha. So this was the case. Kuncha is somebody who's a university student. He was living with his uncle and his aunt and going to school, working part-time as a pizza delivery driver. So that security video showing the victim as he had delivered the pizza, and he's approached by the gunman, puts his hands up in the air as if to, surrender, and he was shot He was shot in the back of his head, gunned down, left there bleeding to die. So the family heartbroken over this, but police say that in this one, like I say, they confirmed that the student Kuncha from India here legally on a student visa, working part-time.
Unbelievable. I know we have it on the cut sheet coming up. 6 ABC had a story on it. We'll play that later for you. But
it's tragic.
Yeah, a 14-year-old, anything but sincere.
14.
Yeah, executing somebody.
My goodness. We've got a case. This is a 24-year-old young man is in critical condition this morning. Now, here's what police tell us, that he was intentionally hit by a guy driving a Jeep Compass while riding a BMX-style bicycle that appears to have been stolen. That's not, absolutely confirmed. Apparently, the driver of the Jeep Compass believed that it was stolen. Their witnesses believe it was stolen. So those details are still to be confirmed. This situation went down in Glenside. This is Montgomery County. So we know that the 24-year-old bicycle rider, Colin Cassidy, underwent emergency surgery. According to his family, is on a ventilator and heavily medicated. It looks like he has suffered traumatic brain injuries with significant brain swelling and bleeding. His mom speaking out about this. So according to police, they've now arrested the driver of that vehicle. So they say Cassidy, the 24-year-old, riding with 3 underage juveniles on Meyer Ave when 40-year-old Philip Prince follows the bicycle riders in his vehicle. Witnesses telling police that Prince, the driver, gets out of his SUV, confronts Cassidy about stealing the bike before the crash. So he believed, and that's in contention, so I don't have that piece of this. There are no charges as far as the stolen bicycle, but that appears to be Mr. Prince believed that this was stolen, perhaps from his home, and that he was following these, what he believed to be these, bike thieves. That looks like the premise, the motive. But in any event, Prince then, according to police and witnesses, drives to the bottom of the street, crosses over the lanes, and according to police, slams into Cassidy on the sidewalk, who's on that bicycle. Cassidy then is thrown, according to police, about 95 feet.
Wow.
So first responders rushing Cassidy to the hospital. And as far as the vehicle driver, Prince, he was taken into custody at the scene, facing several charges, including attempted murder, aggravated assault by vehicle, and attempted homicide by vehicle.
It's unbelievable. Wow. Unreal.
So, as far as this, just by all accounts, a tragic situation for the family of the 40-year-old driver who's not speaking to the media, and this 24-year-old whose mother was speaking out. She had spoken to the media, the mom. She had said that she's, quote, already lost one son. And now she's going through this to possibly lose a second son. We don't know the circumstances of how she lost her first son. As far as Mr. Prince, who's the suspect, who's the driver, he was arraigned, his bail set at $1 million.
Wow, $1 million. Okay.
So that's a situation unfolding in the suburbs.
Boy.
Really, just by all accounts, I'm sure that one will be a big story as we move forward here. Let's get to it. National Weather Service confirming at least 4 microbursts produce straight line gusts up to 70 miles an hour between 2:30 to 3:15 in the afternoon. This was Saturday. We talked about this, Nick and Sean. So emergency declarations in Philadelphia as well as Lower Merion. So Philadelphia County, Montgomery County, where officials say resources remain available for residents who are still without power. And the problem is you have thousands of people without power, and look at this weather.
Mm-hmm.
So we're headed up to, in the 90s today.
Right.
I know you have the forecast, but, extreme conditions, people without power. But man, these wind gusts uprooted huge, 100-year-old trees.
Yeah. Wait, and before all
That'll
the
happen with a microburst.
What's that?
That'll happen. That'll happen with a microburst.
Oh, so you're a big weather guy.
That's like a microburst. Almost is like a small, almost a tornado. Most of the time, it's like you have the straight line winds in those events. It's like, but they're no joke. We got hit with a few of those on Long Island. When I used to live up there, and there was no joke. You would think a tornado came through the town. Trees down, roof damage, power lines all over the place. So microburst that's no joke. I mean, it's not an EF4 tornado, which will do a little bit more damage, but it's like, it sounds like something. Oh, it's just a little like a boom gust of wind. It's not. Those can be pretty serious.
We've had a lot of wind this year, even before these summer storms have hit. And the summer storms have been strong because of the heat and the humidity and all sorts of other things. But I've done like the running joke now at our golf courses that the second tee box is the windiest point in Montgomery County. I can't wait. When did we turn into Oklahoma or Texas with the winds? It's been like that all
Harris
year.
Was in town recently, right? Because she kind of, I'm not sure if I should say the word, but you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
She gusts, if you know what I'm saying. Just ask Willie Brown.
Yeeks. Yeeks. We got that one going on, but the National Weather Service confirming that. And we do have National Weather Service issuing all of these extreme heat weather alerts. I know we'll get to the forecast. And that matters because, of course, as we're speaking right now, the crews at Citizens Bank Park in South Philadelphia are doing a reset, if you will, after last night's incredible events of South Philadelphia. Tonight's big game, obviously, the gates open 5 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock for the All-Star game. This is historic because it's the first time at Citizens Bank Park. Obviously, the last time that we hosted this here in Philadelphia was in 96.
With the vet.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Now, were you there?
Wow.
No, but if Steve Ducey's there. Ducey's on the field right now at Citizens Bank Park.
So cool.
On the Fox and Friends morning show. So
he could have probably done better than Schwarber last night in the home run derby, right?
Ouch.
Schwarber did great.
He did.
He did phenomenal.
No.
You didn't even watch it. You didn't even watch it.
Listen.
What do you mean he did bad? He didn't choke.
Place. I mean,
stop.
Settling for that silver medal. He did so well.
I'm just mad that I'm mad that the Ducey's on the field at Citizens Bank Park and we're not. Why are we not there? Why? What? Steve Ducey left Florida from his semi-retirement?
We could just go sneak on there and join him.
I'd love to get tackled right now by security. Take me out.
Well, with that, let's get to Phil Almquist should be there at least, right, for sports.
That's right.
I wish I was there.
Phil's down at Chickies and Pete's inside the left field fence.
Something like that. We will start, of course, in baseball with last night's home run derby. At the round one, the field was actually cut in half from 8 to 4. The 4, Wilson Contreras, who hit 13 in round one, Kyle Schwarber, who hit 10, Junior Caminero, who hit 12, and Jordan Walker, who also hit 13. Here is one of Schwarber's 10.
Fame trajectory career. said Schwarber. It's like the second deck is like, oh, of course. It's insane. And it makes it more impressive.
I got to tell you, too, Barry
That's what happens when you play. That's what happens when you have a home run derby in a Little League park, right? You hit it to the second deck.
No, Yankee Stadium is a Little League park. That right
That's
field
true.
porch.
Yes, Josh Hamilton, old Yankee Stadium. Remember you brought on the
Exactly,
show?
right? No, Bonds, if you watched it on Netflix last night, I never thought in a million years that old crab ass Barry Bonds, who's now like, I guess, allowed back into the sport because Netflix hired him.
Yeah.
He's very good. I'm stunned at how good he is because he used to hate.
Is he?
He used to hate the media back in the day.
Oh, he despised it.
I guess he needs a Netflix
the media
paycheck.
we figured out that he was cheating.
Well, that's
of course
true.
he hated the media.
Well, that's true. Moving on.
The
to
media's like, hey, your hat size went up about 40 sizes. I think you might be taking steroids.
Yeah, if you look at its early baseball cards, he was like as thin as rail, and now all of a sudden, then he
He
exploded.
looked like Andy Chavez in his early days, and then he finished looking like freaking Brian Urlacher.
It was unbelievable.
You know?
Yep,
it was unbelievable. Moving on to the semis, Schwarber did defeat Contreras 9-8, and Walker defeated Caminero 6-5. Here's Kyle's last two in the semis.
My daughter was going nuts last night.
Yeah, he used to be fat, which is cool. He's in like better shape now. Look, he used to look like the guy throwing the pitch.
Right. He was chunkier.
That was his eighth right there.
He was heavier in Chicago. Yeah.
6 Phillies in the All-Star game. They're all here rooting on their teammate. Oh yeah,
that is a bomb.
He's that dude in your beer league softball league on Tuesday nights that shows up with the big bag full of like 5 bats and a case of Natty Ice. That's Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah,
exactly right. Now moving on to the finals now. Schwarber did go first, hitting 11 out, including this shot.
Change from day one.
Pretty much
that's a pop up to first base in a real park.
Wow.
However, we will pick it up with Jordan Walker down 1 with 1 swing left.
Stupid magenta ball. Yep. I went right to bed after this. Olivia was heartbroken.
This ties it right here.
Oh, okay. This wasn't the 12.
Yeah, this is the tie.
Yep.
And then there are going to be 2 pitches here where he doesn't swing.
Schwarber has a look on his face like the vet
like,
just
what
told
is
him
happening?
He has to put his dog down.
And at this point, he's hit 4 in a row.
Yeah. Schwarber's like, this SOB.
So there's going to be 1 more that he pitches that he doesn't swing.
By the way, this guy's 24 years old. He looks like he's 40. Yep. Yeah, that one just landed at Temple.
Exactly right.
What a show. If you guys had a real stadium, he wouldn't have won.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, they put on a good performance, though. They had they trotted out Will Ferrell. Who else was out there? They had Michael Buffer, the Let's Get Ready to Rumble guy.
Yep.
Nice guy.
And there was
ring announcer.
There was somebody else, too, with Will Ferrell. Who was the guy on the left? Was it Luke Wilson? I think it was Luke Wilson.
Yeah, I think so. If I remember correctly.
Dude, Netflix must have spent $10 million just on the broadcasters alone.
Yeah.
They had like 30 people on the broadcast.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
With that win, Jordan Walker actually becomes the very first Cardinal to ever win the Home Run Derby. The All-Star Game, of course, is tonight at 8, as Dawn mentioned.
Is that right? The first Cardinal?
First Cardinal to ever win the Home Run Derby.
Pujols? Nobody else won it?
No.
Wow.
Amazing. Okay. Christopher Sanchez, of course, is starting for the National League, and Dylan Cease starting for the American League. And in hockey, actually some hockey news, Noah Cherry, a new Flyer, was recently asked why he wanted to play here.
Choosing Philly was...
It's a great question. Why would you?
Kind of seeing how...
Well, you think there are no fans here.
...was after the break and, how they... It's a young team to be able to do what they did was pretty special to watch and play against. And, it just wanted to be a part of that and saw how close they were. I've heard great things about the locker room and, how close they are. And, for me, trying to fit in there, maybe, in the penalty kill, win some big draws, late.
He's a big get for the Flyers.
Is it?
He's a good role player.
Okay.
Really good.
If it's
notice what he's not mentioning though, the fans, the city, it's a great place to be.
just a paycheck in the team.
Actually,
he's going there because they play in a little league hockey rink. That's why.
Sean Farish endearing himself to the audience this morning.
This is a Texas Ranger fan.
I think he's doing news talk in Arlington this morning.
Exactly, you're right.
Texas Ranger fan, New York Islanders. I mean, we only have the best defenseman in hockey, Matthew Schaefer, 19 years old. What are you going to do?
Is that the kid that was very patriotic in the Olympics?
No, Matthew Schaefer. No, the best part about it is Matthew Schaefer.
He didn't play in the Olympics. That's why Canada lost.
Had he gone and played for Team Canada,
they would have won.
The United States wouldn't have won because there is no way that puck gets around Schaefer. It got around Makar because Schaefer's better than Makar. But I'm happy that Canada passed up. Well, we don't need an 18-year-old. Good. That's why Jack Hughes was able to score that goal. Suck it, Canada.
One quick side note, the regular season schedule for the NHL actually gets released this Thursday. That's sports.
Oh, wow. The NHL does a schedule release?
I mean, it's not as big as like the NFL, but
is it televised?
It's at like it's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday. But
so it's like so it's in between like a Matlock rerun and what The Price is Right.
Well, the preseason got released yesterday.
Oh, the problem nothing like preseason hockey. Oh my God,
nothing like preseason hockey.
So that's sports.
All right, there you go.
Hey Nick, can I just sneak in my Capital One sponsor here?
Of course, dear.
Capital One, and by the way, oil prices expected to surge, slightly surging overnight. As obviously we're watching the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz this evening, but also Ukraine knocking out up to 40% of Russian refining capacity with its drone strikes. So we're watching all of this very carefully. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Capital One cafes are open 7 days a week to assist you with your banking needs. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bankguy. Capital One, N.A., member FDIC. Thank you, Capital One, for sponsoring our news, sports, and weather, Nick.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Philly weather, currently 71. We're going up to 96 today. Hot, humid, sunny skies. No rain, no storms in the forecast until at least Saturday. Philly weather brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. Make growing your savings part of your summer plans with a 15-month share certificate at First Harvest Credit Union. Currently earning 3.75% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificate for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. ICE as in ice. And I stand with and support ICE. The details in the big take next with what happened in Maine yesterday. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Lenseek.
A critical shortage of endocrinologists has sparked a major shift in healthcare. The American College of Diabetology is now fast-tracking primary care doctors to become board-certified diabetologists. Through specialized fellowships and an active experience pathway, family doctors can step up to fill the gap. Health officials hope this certification empowers local clinics to fight the growing diabetes epidemic. I'm Margie Schaefer.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to Lenseek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Lenseek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, Dawn Sensland here. While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. They're a family-owned business right in Nazareth, PA since 1979, and for over 45 years, promising high quality and craftsmanship. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and build something beautiful together. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In retirement, nobody wants to have one eye on airfare and the other eye on the stock market. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturday afternoons at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 6:30. Happy Tuesday, everybody, as we get it going here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have a ton to get to today. Cut sheet's coming up before you know it. 7:45 right around the corner. Matt Rooney at 8:30. Fight Club at 9:10. A couple of good stories to hit on as well before we get to said cut sheet. But first, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, Maine and Ice. You know, first it was Renee Good and Jacob Preddy in Minnesota. Now it's happening again in Maine, an ice shooting and killing. And my general rule of thumb with law enforcement at the local, state, or federal level is very simple. If you don't try to harm law enforcement, they won't harm you. If you don't try to kill an ICE agent, they will not kill you. My position on these avoidable tragedies initiated by the prior administration have remained consistent and bullish. I have said that ICE is not handing out parking tickets. Many times they are dealing with dangerous illegals with a track record of violence. And if you're an American and you impede and obstruct, you will be dealt with accordingly. And when ICE came under attack in Minnesota, I wanted Kristi Noem and Donald Trump to double down. Don't let protesters, Democrats, or the media change the narrative. Don't drop terms like mass deportations. Trump was given an American mandate by the American people in the 2024 election. Get these people the hell out. Start with the dangerous ones. Work your way down to just those who came here illegally. Tom Homan took over after Kristi Noem was let go. And keep in mind, Homan was a hero under Obama. And Obama has deported far more people than Donald Trump has ever done. That said, let's get to the headline in Maine. Headline from the New York Post. ICE fatally shoots driver in Maine after he tried to mow down agents, say authorities. They write, Maine ICE shooting victim, 26, had been ordered to leave the U.S. before his killing, which happened in front of his toddler daughter who was wearing her pajamas, end quote. So let's get this straight. Under the premise of facts over feelings, he was here illegally. That's one strike. He was ordered to leave and didn't. That's two strikes. He then tries to harm ICE agents with his child in his presence. That's three strikes. And now you're out. Here is the video footage courtesy of another citizen with a cell phone. Listen and watch. You will see here video footage that has emerged of ICE agents pulling the body of a male suspect out of a car in Maine. ICE agents shot the suspect after he allegedly tried to run over ICE agents with his car. It appears that the suspect was a dark-skinned male in a white Kia. Video footage appears to show the Kia driving around and around in a circle while ICE agents chase along the side of the car, trying to bring it to a complete stop. You know, the last time I checked, using a motor vehicle is no different than using a gun or a knife. It is a deadly weapon. Whether fleeing police, dragging ICE, or ramming a commercial truck into the back of a stopped car, or clipping a state trooper on the side of a highway, vehicles kill. Here was ABC 8 in Maine with details. Listen and watch.
This officer behind me, we're on Hill Street. The officer is standing at the intersection with Bacon Street, turning cars away from the next street up, which is Pool Street. And we know that's closed. We're seeing several police cruisers up there with officers at both ends. I spoke to a neighbor who lives here on Hill Street, just a few houses down from this intersection. She told me she was woken up around 8 o'clock this morning by the sound of gunshots and then a lot of sirens and this heavy police presence. And we are hearing that ICE officers were involved in this shooting, but she told me she had not noticed an increased ICE presence or had not heard about them being in this neighborhood. She did comment that she's always felt safe here living on Hill Street and is now questioning her safety this morning. We are still waiting for more details about exactly what happened and the reason for this shooting, but those details have not yet been released. For now, report.
These agents are dealing with violent scum. And if it's mistaken identity, why are you fleeing and try to run over an agent if you've done nothing wrong whatsoever? And then on top of it, these ICE agents, they have to deal with ignorant Americans wrapped up in a warped ideology, which makes it even tougher. Throw in Democrats in the mainstream media and you have a reboot of defund the police. It's just rebranded as abolish ICE. So, of course, we got to fire up the protests, right? Here's video footage of protesters marching in Maine. Listen and watch. And where are they going? Well, it would appear to be the office of Susan Collins, Republican senator from Maine. Fox News had these details yesterday. Listen and watch.
17 minutes past the hour right now, anti-ICE protests outside the office of Senator Susan Collins after a deadly shooting in Maine involving an ICE agent. This is Bedford, where the shooting happened about 25 minutes south of Portland. Our correspondent Alexis McAdams is reporting live here in New York City. She's got the latest details on what is happening there. Alexis?
Hey, Sandra. So as you can see here on your screen, this is a live look at what's going on in Maine. We know federal agents are trying to piece together everything that happened as witnesses tell local media that ICE agents surrounded a car and repeatedly ordered the driver to get out. Then seconds later, we're told they heard gunshots, and it was also captured on surveillance video. Listen to this. Blocked off in Biddeford, Maine, if we want to pull that video up, after the ICE-involved shooting earlier this morning. We are told that the FBI and Maine State Police are working the case right now, and the feds have not yet said who was killed.
Organized, mobilized, funded, there is no doubt about it. But I do have a question for the protesters in Maine. Did you march to Graham Plattner's office after Politico dropped the bombshell rape accusation story? No. Of course you didn't. Here's another question from people in Maine. Did you protest the Democrat Party for telling you that your vote no longer matters and that allegations are enough to strip you of your selection and have another candidate installed by the system? No, of course you didn't. You know why? Because you're a bunch of sheep and a bunch of shills programmed to believe that law enforcement with the sole job of making our country safer are somehow the bad guys. You've been conditioned by your TDS instructor to believe the same stuff Obama did is somehow now taboo? Perhaps this is why. First on Fox, according to Fox News, big tech blackout. Apple and Google facing new accusations of burying a major political story. A new media research center story obtained by Fox News Digital claims that Apple and Google promoted zero stories for months about the controversies surrounding then Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner, including reports about his Nazi tattoo and resurfaced offensive Reddit posts. The study says that changed only after the New York Times reported on Plattner's sexting controversy, bringing the story into the national spotlight. Google firmly pushing back against the study, saying these claims are totally false and based on a completely flawed methodology. Apple has not yet responded to Fox's request for comment. But it's Maine, right? So I'm not shocked. Tennessee, on the other hand, they get it right. News 2. ABC, the affiliate in Nashville, tells us how Sean Farish's state gets it done. Listen and watch.
Counties are now working with ICE through the 287G program.
And new numbers are giving the first look at how often local jails are using those powers since the law went into effect on July 1st.
News 2's Kelly Milan breaks it all down.
So I would say get on board or you're going to lose your funding.
More Tennessee sheriff's counties are joining the federal 287G program, which is a partnership between local law enforcement and federal immigration authorities. Under a new state law, counties that do not participate could risk losing certain state funding. The legislation was sponsored by State Representative Johnny Garrett.
Priority number one for us and for Tennesseans are their safety. And that's part exactly why the 287G program is to make sure it's intact, in place, and enforceable. And I'm glad to see more local law enforcement agencies participate in the program.
According to ICE, 63 of Tennessee's 95 counties are now participating in the 287G program. News 2 requested data from local sheriff's offices to see how often the program has been used since July 1st. Sumner County reports 20 immigration detainers have been served. Robertson County says it has served 5. And Dixon County tells News 2 it has served no new detainers since July 1st.
I think the biggest takeaway from this is that we've got more counties that are actually participating in the process.
The numbers offer an early snapshot of how the program is being used across Middle Tennessee. Davidson County is one of the 32 Tennessee counties still not partnering with ICE.
And for those who don't know, Davidson County is Nashville. And it's a total joke, controlled by the Democrats. But 63 out of 95, that is pretty good. No sanctuary from them and no sympathy from me. Get the hell out, comply, or be dealt with. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, F around and find out. Because I stand with ICE and I'm not budging on that. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home. Make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can let it rip in our YouTube chat. Dawn Stenzeland, here we go. Round and round we go. More with ICE.
Yeah, and you look at the headlines this morning. It's just funny, isn't it? What they choose to cover and that's just, it's always the bias by omission, but
right.
Excuse me. ICE kills 26-year-old in Maine. What happened and who else has ICE killed? All these headlines.
Yeah.
Across the nation.
Have they released the name of the 26-year-old, or is that still protected for some reason?
26-year-old, yes. The 26-year-old is ID'd as Juan Sebastian Guerrero from Colombia.
Possibly white.
Okay. So
CNN is my source on that.
Yeah. From what you've seen so far, video-wise, any thoughts on the actual incident at hand?
Well, I mean, in this one, even CNN reports that the ICE officer fired his weapon, quote, fearing for public safety, as the victim attempted to flee the scene. I mean, so apparently there are conflicting accounts as to what happened here, but they're reporting that Guerrero, the man from Colombia, was not the target of the actual warrant. We see this over and over.
Yeah. And again,
they're targeting somebody else.
Okay.
And that this is somebody who's with a wanted, dangerous individual.
I felt yesterday like the mainstream media and those on X that don't support ICE were trying to use wrong, mistaken identity as a rationale to potentially run over ICE, to which I say, Sean Farish, if you're law enforcement and you feel like your life is in jeopardy, you have the right to neutralize or eliminate the threat and the harm coming your way, and that happens to be a motor vehicle.
Well, and this is the thing, right? So first of all, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is happening in Maine, right? So a week ago, Graham Plattner drops out. A week later, there are, what is the go-to for the Democrats to get organized throughout Trump's second term? ICE protests, right? That's been the go-to. Minneapolis, Portland, New Jersey, Maine. And obviously Maine is a spot where they just did a bait and switch, dipsy-do, flipperoo, right, out of Maine with Graham Plattner, where they just subverted the will of a lot of those same people that were out there protesting outside of Susan Collins' office. So they had to find a way to galvanize them, okay? And what do you know? An ICE-involved shooting, right? Another one of their pawns sacrificed on the chessboard to move a few more pieces in play and possibly make a move in Maine and galvanize the left in Maine. It's a great way to make them forget, these folks who were probably huge fans of Graham Plattner. Great way to make them forget, right? That that their will was actually subverted. Okay, I don't think there's any coincidence that this type of stuff is happening in Maine. And I'm one of these folks who, I'm not into conspiracies and things. I find it hard to believe that the powers that be who are organizing these riots don't want protesters to die. I think they want to see bodies so that they can then, martyr them and rally around dead people, okay, to galvanize their base. We saw it with Renee Good. We saw it with Alex Preddy. You've seen it in a couple of other, situations. George Floyd. You've seen it when one of theirs, quote unquote, is a victim of, I believe, justified retaliation. If you're trying to run over an ICE agent, you can't be surprised that the ICE agent tries to defend himself, right? Like I posted this yesterday. Like the best way to make sure that you're not killed by ICE agents is to stop trying to kill ICE agents. It's really that simple.
Right.
I've never been killed by law enforcement.
Nope.
Right? Because I've never attempted to kill law enforcement. When they showed up at my house with the guns, the first thing we did is I said to Brennan, we're going to stay calm. We're not going to give them any reason to believe that we're a threat. We're not going to give them any reason to believe they need to pull the trigger so that they go home tonight. Okay. We're going to like Nick, you said in your big take, comply or you'll have a problem. So we complied when we had guns in our face here at the house. And once the threat was cleared, then we went into the, hey, what's going on here? We clearly didn't do anything wrong. Instead of flipping out and yelling and screaming and putting everybody into a tense situation. I think the left loves it when they see their protesters get hurt, shot, killed, because then it gives them a reason. And the mainstream media, you see what they do. ICE killed another person. I saw a bunch of this on social media last night. ICE killed a brown guy, even though he wasn't the target of their of their warrant. None of that matters. Okay, the guy tried to run ICE over.
Yep.
Stop trying to do that.
Right.
Okay, if you just stop trying to kill these agents, they won't have to fire their weapons in self-defense. But they don't teach their protesters that. Oh, fight ICE, fight fascism, stand up. Well, you could do that peacefully. But if you try to run over the ICE agent, you cannot be surprised when the ICE agent fires into your head.
Right.
Because they don't want to die either.
Yep.
I mean, it's really that simple, but they don't care about that. So again, I don't think it's any coincidence what's going on in Maine. Obviously now they see the protests outside of Susan Collins' house as if she had anything to do with this, or Susan Collins' office, as if she had anything to do with this. Right. And I think it's just them trying to reset the playing field and reset the race in Maine. It's no coincidence this happened within a week of the Plattner scandal.
Yep.
None.
Yep. I think we will have more video footage that emerges, probably from a firsthand perspective, perhaps a body camera, dashboard camera, street corners, traffic light camera. But we do have eyewitnesses, and we'll start with K1 here, Phil, where a direct eyewitness confirms that the suspect, who is now deceased, weaponized his vehicle. This is according to or courtesy of, I should say, the Maine Press Herald. Let's roll K1.
I was driving through the intersection at Hill Street and Pool, Pool Street, and as I was approaching, you could see flashing blue lights, and then as I got closer, they were unmarked, so I assumed they were ICE, and then you could see them with their green vests and stuff, and it said police, ICE, and so as I actually was going through the intersection, I heard yelling. So I know I'm supposed to be paying attention, but I heard yelling off to my, so I looked and I was watching, and the ICE agent was yelling and drew his weapon, and he kept yelling and warning the person driving, which is when the car was put into drive and was trying to hit the ICE officer, and he fired, I would say, probably 4 shots at him. And then by that time, I was also through, the intersection, so I just heard the popping, but I did see him draw his gun at the windshield. And then the car, you could see the car.
And that seems to be very accurate based on some of the small amounts of video that has been released, plus the gunshot factor. In the Fox News clip I played for you, one of the people that had the home video surveillance recording, you could hear, and if you were watching, it's just a visual of the kitchen. There's like a cat sitting on the kitchen table, and you hear, I think, roughly 3 or 4 gunshots.
Yeah.
So that eyewitness seems to have a pretty good recap. And you have lights flashing, green vests, orders have been distributed, then it becomes demands, vehicles spinning in circles, gun drawn. What's the last resort? Self-defense. Again, everybody freaked out over Jacob Preddy and Renee Good. I was not one of them. Again, you're an adult. You put yourself in those situations, bad things can happen. I don't have any sympathy for these people. I'm not. You want to debate Iran? We could debate Iran. You want to debate tariffs? We could debate tariffs. I'm not budging off of anything with ICE. I'm a staunch ICE guy, and unless it's like George Floyd type stuff, and even then we could debate that stuff. But unless it goes to that point, you're not getting me off of my position when it comes to ICE. Do what you're told to do. And by the way, you're not even supposed to be here to begin with. So you're already on the wrong side of the ledger, so to speak.
Well, here's the thing, too. Again, it's Pramila Jayapal came in here, and I think a couple of days ago or yesterday was like, oh, it's a civil matter. It is. What is she talking about?
No, it's not. And
there are idiots who, they just lap it up. Yeah, it's a civil matter. We don't need actual law enforcement. It's a civil matter. It's not a civil matter.
No.
Coming into the country illegally is a crime. It's a misdemeanor crime the first time.
Correct.
And a felony the second time.
That's correct.
If you overstay a visa, that is a civil matter. Okay? You come here on a visa, you overstay, and then your status goes from, legal, alien, whatever, to illegal, right? You're not supposed to be here at that point. That's civil. If you cross, this is the Don Lemon thing from what was that on the street last year? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a crime. Yeah, it's against the rules. Well, what are the freaking rules, Don? The rules are the law. Yeah. You could look this up. We all have access to we all have access to Google, ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, Perplexity, Claude, any of these AI agents, or you want to use the old-fashioned way, you can go ahead and go to the library. I'm sure there's a book of laws in the United States Code you can access, okay? If you want to go there. We all have access to this. You can't play ego. I didn't know it was a crime. Yes, you would. Then look it up. Then look it up. It's not a civil matter. Now, again, overstaying a visa is a civil matter, okay? If you entered the country illegally, i.e., the tens of millions of people who came across the border under Biden, who came across outside of a port of entry and they were released into the country, that is a crime the minute you do that. The second you do that, you have committed a crime. You have committed illegal entry by an alien. That is a misdemeanor crime, first offense, felony, second offense. And it's not guaranteed that it's a misdemeanor on the first offense. It's if you've done nothing else wrong. Okay? So spare me this nonsense that law enforcement shouldn't be enforcing immigration law. It's a civil law we shouldn't be dealing with. No. Okay? These folks are not supposed to be here. They broke the law when they came here illegally. There are consequences for breaking the law. Period. And for anybody to act surprised that that's the case. Well, then why else do you have laws if there's no consequences for breaking them, right? I mean, this is not a controversial thing to say, but the way the media covers it and the way some of these just dopes, okay, with these protests. Whoa, what do you mean there's the protests always show up where something bad happens previous. Nick Shirley went in there and found the Leering Center, and within a week, ICE protests, right?
Yep.
Graham Plattner is accused of rape in Maine to the point where they had to force him out of the race after subverting 155,000 people's votes, now giving that power to 600 delegates or whatever it is. And wouldn't you know it, ICE protests. I mean, look at Jersey, same deal. ICE protests where they don't want it. This happens every time there's something going on in the city. Every time there's something they don't want to talk about, ICE protests. Don't tell me there's no trend here.
Right.
And don't act like you don't understand it. Everyone sees it. Very simple.
Facts matter. During the Obama terms, 2009 to 2017, there were 67 official ICE-related deaths. 67 in 8 years. In Trump, 2017 to 2021, and then 2025 and 2026, there have been 30. So Trump has less than half of the ICE-related deaths in, we'll call it 5.5, 6 years, compared to Obama's 67. On the deportation front, Obama deported 3.1 million people. Trump has deported 1.2 million people. I don't want to hear from Democrats anymore on this story. Full stop, point blank, period. Just stop. Because if the Obama numbers were on Trump's resume, could you imagine the amount of reaction the media would have today for this story? But no, it's Trump, because he says things that are not presidential. And we might have had something where if you want to debate Minneapolis, you could debate it, so forth and so on. So anyway, all right, we got a break. Jimmy Kelly just got in my ear. We'll come back and we'll continue this conversation. I have one more clip. A U.S. Senate candidate from Maine, Nirav Shah, makes herself look completely foolish when it comes to ICE. We'll give you that on the other side. And then I actually think we're being trolled. I think CNBC is doing this to get a reaction. So CNBC, you're going to get what you were hoping for. I'm going to give you a reaction. The most ridiculous list I have ever seen, because the facts dispel whatever ranking system and formula CNBC used to rank the 10 worst states to live in 2026 in the United States of America. And surprise, surprise, most of them are red, despite what the numbers on migration may tell us. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Hour 2 is next.
There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized local dealer in Westchester or Wilmington or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that set Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now at Piazza, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. one of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event with savings up to 73% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 73% off today.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
You take care of your dog out of love and responsibility. But what if every scoop that you're feeding them is slowly making them sicker? Not because you're a bad pet owner, but because the pet food industry never told you the truth. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Blank, Amazon #1 best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. Dog food is dead food, stripped of every live nutrient that your dog needs. That's where Rough Greens comes in. Just sprinkle it on top of whatever you're already feeding them. It's packed with live probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and over 20 live vitamins and minerals, all natural and made in the USA. Thousands of dog owners are watching their pets transform. More energy, shinier coat, better mobility, and your dog could be next. Take the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. Give us 90 days and we'll give you a healthier dog, guaranteed. Get a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code USA. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code USA. Rough Greens. So good, your dog will ask for it by name.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
7:03. It is a Tuesday morning. Rooney Tuesday, in fact. Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30 as we will be midway through the cut sheet. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. It's Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So many good things to get to. I'm going to get to the CNBC story coming up, the, quote, worst states to live in America in 2026, and then what the actual facts show as to where Americans are leaving and where they are heading. But I do want to wrap up this conversation with ICE. I think it's probably the biggest story going right now. Obviously, you have stuff with Iran going on. The Lindsey Graham stuff continues, day number 2. A decision was made yesterday. We'll get to that coming up in the cut sheet. But I do want to play this last clip here. And Phil, this is 9H. This was the U.S. Senate candidate from Maine, a Democrat, Nirav Shah, responding. By the way, too, did you guys happen to see how quickly the protesters emerged yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
In the aftermath?
It's unbelievable.
On a Monday in the late morning, early afternoon, middle of the day, whatever you want to call it. Do these people have jobs, or are they just on standby? Or do they have like a pager? They get a beep like when it's time to go out and protest? Grab your signs. Here we go. We're heading to Maine. What are they called? Biddleford, Maine? Bideford, Maine? Anyway, clip 9. Get a load of this doozy. Roll it.
I want to address the tragedy that unfolded on the streets of Biddeford this morning. Now, details are still emerging, but we know that an individual lost his life during an encounter involving ICE agents near Poole Street. Presente, Maine, has identified the individual as a 26-year-old male who, again, according to Presente, did in fact have a work permit and a Social Security card. Again, that is per Presente, Maine. Right now, a family is facing unimaginable grief. A community is in profound shock, and our nation is at pains to understand how a federal operation escalated to a fatal force at a local Main Street. I just am coming from Biddeford, from a community action at Mechanics Park, and there are a lot of folks who are scrambling for answers right now. What I think everyone shares is that this should never happen. Not in Biddeford, not in Houston, as it did last week, not in Minneapolis, not in America, and certainly not in 2026. And of course, definitely not at the hands of ICE, a broken, unaccountable, rogue agency that has shown itself incapable of discharging its mission safely. Now, as the son of immigrants, these ICE raids and the tragedy that unfolded this morning, they strike a particularly personal chord. I grew up watching my parents build a life here, and I know firsthand what it means to believe in the promise of an America from the ground up. The journey of every single immigrant family is driven by the faith that here, under the rule of law, you can live with safety, fairness, and with human dignity.
All right, let's stop it right there. So, Mr. Shaw, a couple of questions for you. Did your parents come here legally? I'm guessing they probably did. As far as ICE goes, when it comes to encounters versus deaths, they hit it like 99%. So you talk about a rogue agency that can't do their business safely. Actually, the facts would indicate that they do. And oh, by the way, how could this happen, Mr. Shaw? Resisting arrest and not being a responsible adult. And Dawn, I would think as parents, when anytime you encounter law enforcement at any level, when your child's in the back seat or the front seat, you go about it calmly because you want to take extra caution because you have a kid in the vehicle with you.
Yeah, a couple of things. Even if you are, let's say you are a citizen of the United States of America, you're a full citizen, right? And law enforcement is trying to pull you over, and you know that that's law enforcement, that you've fled a scene, they come to your house, you flee them, you refuse to pull over, and then according to these witnesses, and you played one of them, and law enforcement, I'm looking at all these accounts, they said officers in green vests surrounded the vehicle and drew their weapons at the driver, who appeared to drive directly at them. And these are witness after witness reporting this. And so even if you're a citizen and you are driving your vehicle at law enforcement, I believe that at that point, they have the right to defend themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's irrelevant at that point whether you're a citizen or a non-citizen.
That's correct. And Sean.
That is the perfect point, Dawn.
Yeah.
If you threaten law enforcement, doesn't matter if you're legal, illegal, if you're from outer space, law enforcement has the right to defend themselves.
But Sean, he had a social security card. He had a social security card, so he's allowed to do that.
Exactly. Look, it's irrelevant. All of that is irrelevant. What documentation he had. The driver of the vehicle in Maine, who was either not complying with federal officers, fleeing a scene, or weaponizing his vehicle against federal officers, was committing a crime. Guys, this is not difficult. All you've got to do is just follow the law.
Yeah.
The law applies to everybody. I have never felt threatened by ICE agents or, by the way, police officers, right? In a traffic stop or even at the house here when we got swatted. Again, I'm speaking from personal firsthand experience on the other side of a barrel of one of those huge guns. Mm-hmm. Okay? Just follow the law. I had people when we were getting swatted going, take video. Are you nuts?
Yeah.
I'm not raising my hand and pointing a phone at these guys. What if they think that's a gun?
Right.
Well, you're not doing anything wrong. You're just recording. No, but it looks like you don't give these officers, and these officers, by the way, are not trigger happy and looking to do this.
Right.
Okay. Because this is gonna be a problem now for that officer. He's going to be targeted, and there's going to be investigations, and his family might get doxxed, and this whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't give law enforcement any reason to believe their life is in danger. All it takes is you to behave for 2 or 3 minutes during that stop, traffic stop, interrogation, whatever it might be.
Right.
You go home to see your family at the end of the day. They go home to see their family at the end of the day, and everyone lives happily ever after.
Mm-hmm.
It's this entitled and, by the way, purposefully ignorant, dull, dumb, obtuse. What do you mean it's against? What do you mean? What do you mean? You know that resisting arrest is against the law. You know this. And how freaking convenient. Again, that this happens in Maine, and some of the first people you see talking about it are Senate candidates. Guys, this is so unbelievably convenient that the minute they pull some BS in Maine, a week later, there's an ICE protest. I'm sorry.
Go beyond
but
Maine.
This is happening on purpose.
Think about it. In the last week alone, I just put this out on social media about an hour and a half ago. In the last week alone, Democrats have done the following. They subverted the will of Maine voters over mere allegations. They pardoned a rapist and pedophile in Minnesota and claimed he shouldn't be deported. That was Tim Walz. They celebrated the death of a senator who had a heart attack. And now they are defending and trying to rationalize somebody trying to harm and kill an ICE agent with a vehicle. I mean, that's just in the last week alone. So you're not dealing with, and again, I don't mean to paint every Democrat voter this way, because I'm sure there are many Democrats out there that are not super far left, progressive, woke, insane, but I'm talking about the Democrat politicians like this idiot, Narav Shah from Maine, who's up there talking about, and again, another, by the way, let me pull up Mamdani real quick while we're talking about insane. What he just posted yesterday. I'm telling you what, this guy, basically, I can't find it right now, but it was defund or abolish ICE.
Abolish ICE.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, here it is. This morning in Biddeford, Maine, a 26-year-old man said goodbye to his wife and daughter and left for work. Moments later, he was dead, shot in the head by ICE agents. The second man ICE has killed in 6 days. ICE is killing our neighbors. ICE cannot be reformed. Abolish ICE. I like to see him bring that stupid sentiment to the White House when he sits down with his buddy Trump and start uttering that garbage, abolish ICE. But this is the rhetoric, Sean. These are the marching orders from the far left cray-crays, as Dawn would say, the progressive socialist communist wing of the Democrat Party, where I do think they want death. And I do think we are going to be in store. You know, it's the middle of July right now. It was a Monday. people are on vacation. It's the All-Star week in baseball. Maybe some people are tuned out. But when Americans come back and go back to the grind, when school starts post-Labor Day, do not be shocked if there's a major event like what happened yesterday, or George Floyd 2020, or Minneapolis 2025 with ICE, if something happens between late September and Halloween. Why? Midterms are coming. Say what you want about Democrats. They've got the playbook, they've got the design, they've got the play drawn up, and they know what to do. And to your point,
riots are their go-to.
Yep.
Riots are their go-to. Just like a draw play was Brian Schottenheimer's go-to on 3rd and 13, right? It was like, here's the play, right?
And fools nobody.
Riot. Right. It fools but it fools some people, but it's not fooling everyone. And it shouldn't fool anybody going forward. It's this simple. Your social security card, your driver's license, your residence status, none of that gives you license to attack law enforcement. Period. That's it. That's it. If you just don't do that, you live. Mm-hmm. Seriously.
Yeah.
ICE is not, Mom Donnie, ICE is killing our neighbors. Well, it's because your neighbors are trying to kill ICE. Okay. How about stop trying to kill law enforcement, and law enforcement won't have to defend themselves and neutralize you. It really boils down to that. And we have gotten into this, we're an entitled society. Oh, well, we're just peacefully protesting. Peacefully protesting is not aiming your vehicle at law enforcement and driving at them. That's not peaceful.
Right.
Okay? That is not protected First Amendment activity. And it's time that these people stop pretending that it is, because that's dangerous. And by the left pretending that is protected activity, they are telling their shock troops in the streets, their protesters, hey, if you do this, we'll have your back. Even if you die, it's protected activity. We'll rally around. Go ahead and give your life to this cause. I mean, this is even Nancy Pelosi when Floyd died. Well, thank you, George Floyd, for giving your life for civil rights. Giving your life? What? A martyr? What? Now, did I want George Floyd to pass away? I don't want any of these people to be killed.
Right.
Okay, in these encounters with law enforcement. But every time you see it, there's usually something that the deceased had done that could have prevented their death.
Yeah.
In George Floyd's case, well, he didn't have to take fentanyl.
Right.
In Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and this guy's case, the case down there in Houston, well, they didn't have to attempt to attack or drive into law enforcement. They didn't have to do that, right? You just behave. Mm-hmm. That's all. I'm not asking you to surrender your rights. Behave.
Right.
Like a normal, rational, civilized being, and you'll be fine. Yep. It's that simple.
Yeah. I have a lot of family members that are either veterans or former police officers, and my uncle, my mom's brother, was a 27-year police officer in Easton, Pennsylvania, and worked towards the end of his career after he was done going through like routine patrol type stuff. He dealt with narcotics, and then when he retired, he was hired by the state attorney general's office to investigate welfare fraud. And I remember him telling me when he was a police officer in Easton for over a quarter century, he never fired and discharged his firearm one time. He only pulled his gun out of the holster one time in 27 years. So this narrative that the Democrats and the media have created with police, like you said, Sean, most of them want to go to work, have a routine, mundane, boring day, not be involved in altercations, much less shootouts, go home, eat dinner, have a beer, watch the game, and hang out with their family. And I think they've created this narrative that police are action junkies, like it's Will Smith and Martin Lawrence and Bad Boys, that's not the case. Most officers, if you've ever spoken with, this is why we ride for the Bend to the Shore, families of the fallen first responders and police officers. Most of these guys end up spending 20, 25, 30 years as officers. They never shoot their firearm in the line of duty.
Yeah.
And yet they get this negative reputation, and it's just completely outrageous because the facts are out there and everybody gets into their feelings over the sensationalism that comes from cable news, I mean, even at the local level. I didn't think that ABC 8 report that we played had any bias or slant to it. It was relatively mundane from a small market in Maine. So, take it for what it is. But they've done to the, I don't even want to say to the credit, to the disgust, the left and the Democrats have done an unbelievably effective job of making cops out to be the bad guy when in fact they're not. So
when you're in an encounter with law enforcement, you and the officer have one thing in common. Both of you want to go home alive.
And both are nervous.
Okay? Yeah. And both of you are nervous. All right. A cop pulling somebody over the side of the road, approaching that driver's side window or wherever they are, slowly making sure there's no threat, is nervous. The driver, I'm sure, is nervous, making sure that he or she doesn't slip up. And just be calm. And you understand there's common ground between you and that officer. You may believe you did nothing wrong. There's a process. It's called court. You can go ahead and have your day in court. If you believe you did nothing wrong, you can fight these tickets. You have your right to due process to defend yourself in a court of law and defend yourself in front of a jury of your peers if that's the case. Here's the thing. You and the officer, you may believe this is a terrible guy. You may believe it's Donald Trump's Gestapo, but you still have common ground with that officer. Both of you individually want to live and go home alive and unharmed at the end of the day. And so just remember that, right? Like, hey, I may not like this guy, but he wants to go home to his family and I want to go home to mine. So why don't we just get through this? And then we'll let the rest of all the open-ended questions and the unresolved elements of the situation, we'll resolve that through the process. Mm-hmm. Go home, live to tell the tale, live to fight another day. Don't die in the process. The officer does not want to take your life. You might want to take the officer's life if you're on the left because you think they're terrible people. The officer and you have one thing in common. You both want to live. You both want to go home at the end of the day. And that's what you should be thinking about in these stops with law enforcement. Stop getting out of control. And again, just behave. Yeah. It doesn't take much.
Dawn, you were going to say something?
I was just thinking about the birthday, the family. I'd seen that the Gorman family, and one of my sons has a friend from New York. You talk about Mom Donnie or Kathy Hochul. They don't seem to talk about Sheridan Gorman. She was 18 years young, and her family recently, celebrated her life. It was her birthday just about a week ago. And she would have turned 19. She was 18 at Loyola University in Chicago, shot and killed March 19th by a masked gunman ID'd as Jose Medina, 25-year-old undocumented immigrant from Venezuela in this country illegally. That motive, reportedly, allegedly, gang initiation. But this guy was somebody who was let go under sanctuary policies repeatedly in Illinois. And so where are all of these people who are creating makeshift, now they're in Maine.
Yep.
And they're protesting and they have candles. I can't even imagine the grief, by a family whose 18-year-old daughter was just out looking at, because there were, it was a special constellation, stars, whatever, that were out that night on the Chicago lakefront. This is a very nice area if you know where that is in Chicago's lakefront. And so she goes out with a group of girls, 18-year-olds, and this masked gunman approaches them and just picks her.
Mm-hmm.
Just shoots and kills her, takes her life.
Yep.
Nobody talks about it. No memorials.
It's a disgrace.
No protests. Nothing.
That's right. You're absolutely right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Coming up next, where Americans moved in 2025. I have it right here. Compared to what CNBC says are the worst states to live in America in 2026. I have that right here, as well as their stupid criteria. Details coming up next. But first, let's talk about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. Patio season, deck season, you're out there grilling, you're entertaining. 4th of July in the books. Labor Day will be here before you know it. And no matter what you're looking for, inside or outside, you'll be sure to find something that fits your style in their massive Hatfield showroom. Why? Because I've seen it. 16,000 plus pieces. It's unbelievable, actually. High-end furniture built to last. Doesn't matter your style. Classic, modern, rustic, traditional. Doesn't matter if you know what you're looking for. If your wife is sending you there with an assignment, they have a great staff, and Matt Stanella, the owner, will take care of you because you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code, details displayed instantly. And here's a pro tip. Check out their website, call ahead. They'll have everything ready when you arrive. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the showroom in Hatfield and make sure you tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Happy Tuesday, Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Nick, it's Dawn, it's Sean Farish, and for Greg Stocker this week. 8-Share coming up with Today in Music History. Looking forward to that. We have Fight Club, Rooney Tuesday at 8:30. The cut sheet in less than 20 minutes time. I swear we're being trolled.
Uh-oh.
I really think we are. CNBC published an article with the headline, Worst States to Live in when it comes to America in 2026. And they say the key points are as follows. We evaluated it based on crime rates, air quality, healthcare access, worker protections, and civil rights laws, amongst factors that can hurt a state in quality of life rankings. With more states touting their quality of life when trying to attract business, CNBC is giving it more weight in the 2026 America's Top States for Business rankings. Based on the data, quality of life in some states does not make the grade. So, according to CNBC, Phil, throw up K2. This would be the 10 worst states to live in for 2026. Number 1, Tennessee. Number 2, Texas. Indiana, Louisiana, Georgia round out your top 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would be Utah, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Sean Farish lives in Tennessee. I lived there for 4.5 years. I've never been to Texas, although I really want to go. I've been to Georgia. I've been to Alabama. I've been to Louisiana. I've been to Florida. Florida, for some reason, apparently did not make the top 10 worst cities. I'm surprised because the common theme here seems to be red states. But facts matter, folks. Where are Americans moving and where are they fleeing from? Well, Phil, throw up K3. Here is the 2025 breakdown from Visual Capitalist that shows you the net domestic migration from July of 24 to July of 25. And there you will see, smack dab in the middle, look at that. Tennessee picks up 43 citizens per 10,000. Texas, 23. Florida's in the blue. Georgia's in the blue. Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, all of those red southeastern states. You know who's in the negative? California, losing 25 people per 10,000 inhabitants. You know who's losing 28.2 people per 10,000 inhabitants? New York. And oh, by the way, that was before Mamdani got elected. Remember that. He didn't get elected until November of 2025. Did you see the story yesterday with the soaring rent and mortgage prices in New York City now? In Manhattan, the average rent is now $5,200 a month. In Brooklyn, it's $4,200 a month. That number is going to explode with people leaving New York. When we do this exercise again next summer, it's going to be even worse. I actually have the total population. Texas last year gained 67,000 new residents. Tennessee gained 42,000 new residents. Alabama, 23,000. Georgia, 27,000. Florida, 22,000. How about North Carolina? 84,000 new residents. South Carolina, 55,000. California lost 229,000 people last year. New York lost 137,000. And Pennsylvania, a modest 3,000 people. Sean Farish, as somebody that currently resides in a red state, this is maybe the best thing that could ever happen for a red state, because you could just be like, you know what? You're right. Liberals, stay away. Don't come here.
Yep. That's why I say, they love CNBC. They love the mainstream media. So I'm like, yeah, it's awful. There's fascists everywhere in Tennessee. You would not want to live here. You might catch fascism, actually. It's like a disease. You might get it. Whatever it is. If you are somebody, if you're somebody who believes the stuff that CNBC is saying, don't ignore those charts. Nick, ignore those charts. It's obvious that the only people moving to Tennessee must also be fascists and white supremacists and racists and xenophobes and histophobes and homophobes and all this. It's funny when you look at the criteria that CNBC used to determine what the worst states were. It wasn't what you just showed, the fact that people are moving to those states, because then they couldn't obviously sell you that these are such terrible places. It's like when they say the United States is a disgrace, and it's like, if it's so bad, why do so many people want to come here? Like, if Tennessee is such a bad place to move to, why are they second on that list in terms of new residents per 10,000 people, right? Like, why are they number 2?
Yep.
If it's such a bad place to go. If you believe CNBC and you're on the left, the Tennessee is a terrible place. Don't come here. It's a great place. It's Virginia.
Yep.
Go to Virginia.
Yep.
Go. North Carolina's okay. Like, don't come here. Leave Tennessee alone. As a matter of fact, I'm going to start the TIVC. It's called the Tennessee Immigrant Vetting Committee. And if you're coming in, we're going to look and see and make sure. When I say immigrant, I don't mean like from another country. I mean like from another state. Because like New York and California are like other countries. If you're coming in, I will individually review your voting record, and I will individually review your social media. And if I don't like what I see, you're not allowed in.
Yep.
That's it. You got to go to somewhere else. Yep. Like, oh, you voted for Kamala? No, you can't. No, we're full. Sorry, move on. We've already hit our cap on liberals in the state. Goodbye. Go somewhere else.
You want to know how bad New Jersey is? I mean, Matt Rooney's coming up for an hour at 8:30. Mr. Save Jersey himself, our buddy. They lost 30. Pennsylvania looks like a red state compared to New Jersey. Jersey lost 37,000 residents last year.
Well, look at the property taxes. Oh, it's just unaffordable.
It really is remarkable.
Again, if it was so bad, if Tennessee was so bad, why the hell is everybody coming? Well, not everybody. Why is so many people coming here?
Well, if you look at all their criteria for this thing, they use things like quality of life and inclusiveness as to weight it. And so obviously it's highly subjective. And that's how they,
there's not
they
enough
skew
pride
it.
parades. There's not enough DEI in Tennessee. Okay. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, so CNBC uses all these criteria and says, this is why it's a terrible place. And yet all these people are coming here. Would maybe CNBC put 2 and 2 together and go, they don't have all of these things and people are going there. Maybe it's because, I don't know, people don't want that bullshit anymore. They're done with it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You'd be correct. And then Phil just brought this in to me from the New York Post. Thank you, H-Air. New York sees dramatic exodus of millionaires, causing nearly $11 billion loss in tax revenue, according to a
Who
study.
saw that coming?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's gonna be even worse for New York next year. It's gonna be even worse for California. It's only going to continue to grow. Some of the analysis as to why people are going to certain states would include North Carolina being number one, strong job growth and lower housing costs. They also talk about the affordability in the Sun Belt, although let's face it, the secret is out. People know, and again, it's not going to slow down anytime soon, but people know Nashville's booming, Raleigh, North Carolina. I guess you maybe could say Charlotte, although they've got a lot of crime right now. There are certain hidden gems still in Florida. Atlanta started booming 35 years ago, probably hasn't slowed down completely yet. Dawn, I know you've got family. You've lived in the South. Sean and I have lived in the South. I've always, you guys know my plan. As soon as I can ever get to retirement, assuming I live past 61 and don't drop dead of a heart attack like Lindsey Graham at any moment, my goal is to go to Florida and never to be seen from again or heard from again. Are you and Larry, like once the boys are out of college, married, you're done working, do you have like dreams and ambitions of like retiring to a red state and moving south?
Well, forever, because for years, I owned a home, even before I was married. I owned a home in Naples, Florida. Wish I still had that. But also we owned a condo down the shore in Ocean City. We'd always hoped to go to New Jersey, actually.
Really?
Sea Isle or Ocean City.
Permanently?
And have the bigger house there.
Wow.
But now it's just too much.
Right.
It's, for obviously a multitude of reasons. That's why everybody's leaving New Jersey. So, but I love Florida. I owned a home for more than a decade. I owned a home in Florida.
And
I love Florida.
You sold that or you still have it?
I did sell it.
You did?
But, I
was going to buy it off of you for like $20 if I could.
Yeah, right. Now just a lot. But the other thing is, I do love. I was talking about South Carolina, North Carolina. Love the Carolinas.
Yep.
So I think that it does depend, because if your family is all, let's say, in Pennsylvania, nobody's leaving there, then do you get two small places? How do you work that out?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But David's just starting out college, and Michael's still living at home. So we're not there yet.
I will tell you this much. If my girls end up going to college in the South, and when they graduate, so my girls are going to be in 7th grade, so we've got 6 more years of school and then college. 10 years from now, assuming they both finish with a 4-year bachelor's degree and whatever, if they get their first job post-college or go to grad school or whatever they end up doing, and it's in the South, when I'm getting ready for contract number 6, I'm just going to have to say to Greg Stocker, I might have to do it at age 54. I might have to work remotely from Florida. If Olivia's going to a chiropractic school in Florida, well, that'll be a deal breaker because Greg will say chiropractors are not real doctors. But, I'm going to start doing the show from Florida. I got to tell you, I'll be back up in the summer when Florida's too hot. But for 9 months of the year, I'm going to be on the western side of the state of Florida. I'm going to be Susie Cool's neighbor. I'm going to buy Dawn's old property.
Yeah, it's funny to see how, the nation, all of this is, people are reevaluating exactly what you're saying post-pandemic.
Yes.
Because the pandemic forced, people to, for a time, work remotely.
Yep.
And so now that's on the table, even though then, here's the ironic part, blue cities like New York, like Philadelphia, and so on realized how bad it was for the city, for the restaurants, for the life of the city, for all of that. And now they're all saying, oh, no, that's the remote thing, that's bad.
Right.
And especially because if you have people living in, let's say, outside of a city, then they have to pay less of the city tax.
Yep.
Like in Philadelphia,
Right.
let's say you work remotely, and so you would pay a much smaller city wage tax if you live outside the city.
Right.
So all of a sudden you have these blue municipalities going, oh, wait, that was bad.
Well, and the sad part is, like, in Sean, especially in the South, this rings true. There's some really cool cities in red states that are controlled by Democrats that have made it worse. But like Nashville is a beautiful, cool city, politics aside. Atlanta, Charlotte, Austin, Texas. I mean, a lot of businesses are going to the Austin area. Obviously, Texas is about as red as it gets right there with Florida. But, you know, there are still some cool cities, but you don't want to deal with the crime, and you don't want to deal with the taxes, and you don't want to deal with these overzealous politicians that they talk about civil rights here in the CNBC article. I would argue that these far left crazy politicians ruining blue cities in red states, they're infringing on your rights more than any red states are. Red states leave you the hell alone.
Yeah, Tennessee leaves us alone. You get to keep more of the money. There's there's now talk about potentially suspending the 4% grocery sales tax. So they're going to let us keep more of our money in the supermarket. It's not guaranteed, but there's no state income tax here, business friendly environment here in the state of Tennessee. Property taxes are low compared to other parts of the country. I don't love property taxes, but again, they leave you alone. They leave you alone. That's why people are coming here. And that is why after 2020 and after COVID, you stopped seeing really blue voters leaving blue states, and you saw more red voters leaving blue states going, I'm just done. I've reached my breaking point. I don't want to wear masks in grocery stores. I don't want to deal with vaccine mandates. I don't want to deal with these overzealous, overreaching governments in these state governments, local governments, county governments, whatever. I'm going to a place where they leave us alone. That's why we're in Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why we came here. That's why I love Andy Ogles, the former mayor of Murray County. When the first time I spoke to him, I said, I heard you guys stayed open during COVID. He said, yeah. I go, why didn't you just fall in line like the rest of the people? And he told me, well, I looked at my powers and I did not have the authority to do that. And he said, this is America. We don't do that here.
Right.
And I said, well, coming from Andrew Cuomo, that's the best thing I've ever heard.
Yep.
And that's why I will crawl over broken glass.
Yeah.
And I'm not even his constituent anymore but to support a guy like Andy Ogles, because we needed more people like that would stand up like Noam, like DeSantis.
Yeah. I mean, look, Tennessee is not Florida from the heat and humidity standpoint, but it gets pretty damn hot and muggy. Do you think Bill Lee or Andy Ogles or any of the Republican politicians in Tennessee over a heat wave put out a post on social media saying, keep your AC at 78?
I didn't see any of that.
I didn't either.
I didn't see any of that here. At all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it may have happened, but I didn't see it. So.
No, it didn't happen. They would never do what Mom Donnie did. Ridiculous.
CNBC is getting ripped.
They are. They got destroyed for this column.
And
again, because they gave you all these criteria of why it's the worst place, and yet all these people are moving. All they did was prove the point that all those things they listed are attractive to people, not unattractive.
Yeah.
But you think about it. So people from all of these states are looking at this going, what? And they just basically pissed off millions of Americans. But even if you look at their own site, it says CNBC is placing increasing emphasis on quality of life. So they've changed their methodology. Under this year's methodology, they're looking at inclusivity.
Yeah. Because that's what people look at when they decide where they want to take up residency.
Right. Reproductive rights.
God.
That's this whole.
It's such propaganda. Yeah. Just look at the facts.
Shame.
Look where the traffic is heading and where it's going and where it's leaving. And I've never heard anybody say, I can't wait to retire and move to Portland, Oregon. Man, can't wait to spend the final 13 years of my life down the road from Antifa. Give me a break. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the cut sheet. Rooney Tuesday will be here before you know it. Matt's coming up at 8:30. We'll ask him about how New Jersey lost 37,000 residents last year. I think we know the answer. We're back after this. Stay right there.
And we do have Ashley's Black Friday and July sale, Ashley Furniture, sponsoring our forecast today. The heat is on. We have air quality alerts, 95 degrees with more than 100 degrees tomorrow. So all of these heat indices warnings going on. Thank you for sponsoring this forecast. Ashley's Black Friday sale in July. It's here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and they'll deliver it for free. Get it all with Ashley's no interest financing. Yeah, it's the Black Friday sale and July sale only at Ashley. Thank you, Ashley Furniture, for sponsoring our forecast. Plus, let's talk about the magic. While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. Kitchen Magic, well, they've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth, PA since 1979. For over 45 years, high quality and craftsmanship have been Kitchen Magic's promise. This summer only, you get 40% off installation, flexible financing options for every single budget. Don't wait for someday. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. 40% off installation. What are you waiting for? Kitchenmagic.com. Let's build something beautiful together. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts, donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets.
Employee pricing isn't just for employees anymore. For a limited time only this July, everyone saves at Closet Factory Philadelphia. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, "I'll never steer you wrong." Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
There's a moment when performance becomes unstoppable. Because once you've found your drive, ordinary just isn't enough. The versatile BMW X3 turns ambition into action. The X5 boasts unrivaled comfort and confidence. And the iconic 3 Series delivers pure exhilaration. Why settle when greatness is within reach? The BMW Ultimate Sales Event on now.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
You've spent decades paying into Social Security with the promise that it would help support your retirement. Today, many Americans are wondering whether that promise will be kept. The Social Security Administration reports that it has paid out more in benefits than it has collected through payroll taxes for the past 4 years. And naturally, many Americans are asking, should I claim my Social Security before it's too late? This week's expert report explains why panicking could become one of the biggest retirement mistakes that you ever make. The earliest that you can claim Social Security is at age 62, but doing so permanently reduces your monthly benefit. For most Americans retiring today, full retirement age is 67. That's when you'll receive 100% of the benefit that you earned. If your benefit at 67 would have been $2,000 a month, claiming Social Security at 62 could reduce it to approximately $1,400 a month for the rest of your life, plus little COLA increases. If Social Security benefits are reduced in the future, you've already locked yourself into a smaller monthly check, compounding the reduction by cutting your own benefit first. There are times when claiming early makes sense, such as poor health or an immediate income need. But for many retirees, waiting is the better choice. And if you delay your Social Security payments until age 70, your benefit grows about 8% each year after full retirement up to age 70. That's roughly 24% more than claiming Social Security at 67. And it's as much as 70% more than claiming your Social Security at age 62. The key is knowing what's right for your unique situation. So before making one of the biggest financial decisions of your life, meet with a retirement phase expert at Crash Proof Retirement, where we will evaluate your complete retirement picture, help determine the best time to claim Social Security, and show you how the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system can offset potential Social Security shortfalls. Schedule an appointment today by calling 800-722-9728 or visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Kayal and Company, 7:50 here on this Tuesday morning, the 14th of July, as baseball's All-Star game in the city of Philadelphia tonight, Citizens Bank Park. Man, Fox News has been all over it this morning. It's a shame we're not there. Would love to have been there. But anyway, we've got Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30. We've got Fight Club at 9:10. And, of course, today in music history and the Big Three, all still on the way. But right now, Jimmy Kelly, you know what? We're only 5 minutes late, and it's basically on time in Kayal and Company world when it comes to the Kayal and Company clock that we never stick to. Let's get to a Tuesday edition. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet for this Rooney Tuesday is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. And thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring What's on the cut sheet for this Rooney Tuesday.
Hey, that's pretty good. Nice work out of you. We have a lot on the cut sheet today that is local. We have New Jersey, we have Philadelphia, we have Montgomery County. We will get to all of that. We will save the Jersey stuff for Matt Rooney coming up in about 40 minutes. Trump talking about the next big sporting event that is coming to the White House in August. If you like motor racing, get ready. That's coming up. We'll tell you about that, and you'll hear from 47 himself. But yesterday, obviously the big story was the unexpected sudden passing of South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, 71 years young. And the question then became, where does South Carolina go from here? Well, Phil, let's start with 19A, as South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster appoints Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham Nordone, to finish the late senator's term. Roll it.
Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now. And by the way, Darlene, I don't know if I told you, but after we spoke on the phone in the wee hours of Sunday morning, and you agreed to serve through tears. Earlier, I had wondered what you would say, and I was humbled by your quickness to see the duty that you had to serve. And I called the president afterwards, and he thought it was a great idea. And I'm sure that everyone here does as well.
All right, we'll get thoughts on this in just a moment, but let's roll right into 19B before we do so. Here is Darlene Graham Nordone, Lindsey Graham's sister, officially appointed to fill the late senator's seat.
I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsey's term. It is such an honor. Lindsey has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly. As I think everyone would agree, Lindsey worked harder than anyone. He worked nonstop to make our state, country, and world better. He loved his family and loved serving this state and our country. He dedicated his life to our country. It is such a privilege to get to finish some of his important work, and I promise to work hard over the next several months to support the president and carry forward the efforts of my brother on behalf of the citizens of South Carolina and the United States. I know Lindsey thought the world of his staff and colleagues, and with their support, I feel confident. I think this is what Lindsey would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsey, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
All right, there she is. I don't know really anything about her. She's obviously not a politician, but for what it's worth, obviously South Carolina, pretty darn red state. Kayal has the Republican Party at about 85% likely to win and retain control of the Senate, obviously with the spot now vacated in the absence and the passing of Lindsey Graham. But maybe the more important question is who will emerge from the special primary for the Republicans in South Carolina when it comes to the Senate. Kayal has Russell Fry as the leader at 64%, Ralph Norman at 15%, and Pamela Yvette at 9%. I believe Pamela Yvette is the guy or the gal that one of our great callers, David from Lexington, South Carolina, brought up yesterday. She is considered, at least in the prediction markets, as to be the complete long shot at about 9%. But Sean, your thoughts on the way this will play out? Do you have any takes on who you'd like to see emerge? And obviously the big thing here is at the end of the day, when all of the dust settles, the Republican Party retaining control of the United States Senate.
Well, I don't know too much about South Carolina politics. I remember David in South Carolina called us yesterday, said he would like to see Pam Yvette be the replacement in the Senate.
Yep.
I know that Pamela Yvette was originally in the primary endorsed by President Trump, and then in the runoff he endorsed I think everybody, both candidates, and she wound up not winning in that runoff for governor.
Yep.
I have a few friends in South Carolina who like a gentleman by the name of Andre Bauer, who was going to be primarying Lindsey Graham in the Senate this cycle and was instead tapped by the Trump administration to become the ambassador to Belize. I believe he's still awaiting Senate confirmation to make that role official. I like Andre Bauer, and I think he would be, the folks who I know who are close to him are good conservatives. So if there was a guy that I would say I would want to see based off of that, I would like to see Andre Bauer, or, as David in South Carolina, he lives there. He obviously has more of a say. He has a vote. I don't. He likes Pam Yvette. So, give me those two. I don't know anything else about anybody else in the race.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if Russell Fry is a good choice, a bad choice. Ultimately, it's going to come down to who Donald Trump endorses in that special primary.
Right.
And we'll see what happens. He's endorsed a vet once, so we'll see what happens.
And we've seen in the last year and a half, his endorsement success rate is damn near close to 100%.
It's almost perfect.
I actually know more about the 4 South Carolina, now obviously 3 with the passing of Lindsey Graham, but it's interesting. We were just talking about red states you'd like to move to for retirement. If I couldn't go to Florida, and I've already done Tennessee, I think I would actually go to South Carolina. I love Hilton Head. I love that area. But what I know about South Carolina politicians, and as good as they may be in retaining and staying in power, a majority of them are not overly embraced by MAGA. Think about this. Lindsey Graham, okay, he's passed away. Tim Scott, yeah, he was, is Tim Scott still technically in the Trump administration? I forget. What is he?
He's a senator.
He's a senator.
Okay,
he's the other senator.
What was he? Wasn't he appointed to something else too? I forget.
He was in the first term. He helped Donald Trump with opportunity zones.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, of course, Nancy Mace, she tried the whole governor thing, got obliterated. And Nikki Haley, well, we know about Nikki Haley. So it's interesting. South Carolina has a lot of prominent, notable national figures in the political game. Yet, even though they're all Republican, if you had to poll MAGA specifically on those 4, I'm not sure that any of them would get more than 50% support. That's what I know about South Carolina politicians, honestly.
Well, yeah, their brand of Republican is very easygoing, kind of not as we want what we're looking for. The Republican Party are more of the DeSantis types who are going to go for it, right? Push that conservative agenda forward. I mean, look at what happened with redistricting in South Carolina. It failed. We don't want to ruffle feathers, and we don't want to be called racist, and we don't want to offend Jim Clyburn, who's a kingmaker. That's ultimately, they play scared too much. There's a lot of old guard. They're not bad people. They're actually very nice, courteous, old school Southern politicians. But we're in a new arena now, and we need them to act as such.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yesterday, when we had Trump, it was either on the Jake Tapper interview he did on CNN Sunday talking about Lindsey's passing, or the Kristen Welker NBC Meet the Press interview. But he talked about how Lindsey was excited for the Save America Act. And he told Trump, and I'm paraphrasing here, we're going to get it done. We're close. And Trump's obviously like, yes, let's go. We need it done. Obviously, we do. I'm all in favor for it. To me, if the Senate doesn't pass the Save America Act, that will be their biggest failure when you look at this group of senators serving their current terms. Well, Alyssa Slotkin made a very interesting statement yesterday. Phil, this is clip 39, the Democrat from Michigan, and she says the Save America Act would make it hard for any Democrat in any state to win any election. Wonder what that's about. 39.
The other thing that we blocked yesterday was the SAVE Act, right? Which was literally to rig our democracy so that it would be hard for any Democrat in any state to win any election, and disenfranchise all married women in the meantime, by the way. Just, you have to show your birth certificate at the polls if you have a married name.
Dawn, married women are going to be disenfranchised because of the Save America Act. Married women can't find their documents.
I actually was at an event and I heard a woman saying this, like, this is so, it's just absurd, and assumes that married women are a bunch of idiots. When I got married, it took 2 seconds. It was very easy to change my name to my husband's last name, or if you don't want to. But this notion that women or African Americans or certain minority groups are just too stupid to vote with ID or change your name.
So offensive.
It is. You're right, Sean.
It's got to be. Like if I was a young black man and I heard the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, Kathy Hochul, say, "Oh, you got young black boys in the Bronx who don't know what the word computer means," I would be so mad. What do you mean I don't know what a computer is? Black people can't get IDs. Says who? No. Says who? Because the only people I hear saying that black folks can't get IDs are white people, Democrats, who are like, "No, we're looking out for you because you're too dumb to get IDs." Look at what Gavin Newsom did in a room of black people. Go, "Well, I'm stupid just like you. I got low SAT scores. I can't read." What? Could you imagine if Donald Trump was in a room of black people and was like, "You're all about, just like you, I'm a stupid person too. I got low test scores. I don't know how to get an ID. I don't know what a computer is. They would roast him. By the way, rightfully so. Don't talk to people like that.
Yep.
In a room full of, right? And then the whole women thing. Like, my wife was flipping out. She's like, wait a minute. We got married. I changed my name at Social Security. Like, I can still vote. I haven't missed an election. I'm like, yeah, wow. It's great. And like, you're not a lawyer. You don't know. Right. It's not this isn't your field. We just, I don't know, looked up how to do it and followed the instructions.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't hard.
Yes. So basically what they're trying to say in their fear porn mongering and fear mongering is that basically the Save America Act will disenfranchise everybody but straight white male Christian conservative Republican voters. Everybody else is going to have a tougher time, whether you're a minority, whether you're a female, whether you just got married, and they're going to rig it. So asking for certain criteria and requirements is now an attempt to rig it. Yeah. No, it's to secure it. It's to make sure that all of America says, you know what? Every election, whether you win or you lose, it was on the up and up. That's it.
So asking for certain information and criteria secures your airlines, right? It's supposed to keep children from being able to obtain alcohol and dangerous substances and, just various forms of weapons and things.
There are places here, spray paint, you have to show ID. To buy a bottle of wine at the Acme, you have to show ID. To rent a bike. By the art museum, to rent a freaking bicycle, you show your driver's license
even
or
better.
Issued ID.
In Chicago, Dawn, in order to prove that you're a resident of Illinois, if you want to visit the Obama Presidential Library, you have to show ID to get in for free. So I guess married women, young black men, black people as a whole, minorities, they're undocumented neighbors. They all can't get into the Obama Presidential Library. In New York, for about a week, they were asking for ID to buy whipped cream. Okay, because apparently, you could do whippets, right? Apparently, with that, they were asking for. I got ID'd buying Ready Whip or whatever. You have ID? I said, why? I'm not buying alcohol. This is whipped cream. Unless there's alcohol in the whipped cream, like hell yeah. When did we come up with it? They're like, no, it's a new thing because it's the compressed whatever.
Yes.
What?
When we were in Tennessee, my mother-in-law would come down to visit, and they would card her at restaurants for a vodka. And
that's because the alcohol and beverage. The ABC is what it's called. The alcohol and beverage. I don't know. C. What it is. It's not corporation. It's whatever. Is extremely strict. So if you serve somebody underage in Tennessee, the bar and the employee are held accountable,
as they should be.
So
should be. Right.
As they should be.
Right.
So I've been carded a million times, and I always see the employees like. And I'm like, no, I get it. You have to protect yourself. This is not a problem. You know what I mean? It's not an issue.
But when you see a 60-year-old lady, come on. Now, if it's close, like even for you, Sean, I mean, you look at Sean Ferris, you could tell he's over 21. But, there are people that, you look at Harry Sisson. Harry Sisson looks like he's 12. Harry Sisson's always going to look like he's 12. I would understand why he would get carded. But like that, the point being that, here's my mother-in-law. She's got gray hair. I mean, the whole bit, whatever. She's over 21. We need ID for that. But you don't need ID to vote.
Correct.
Make it make sense.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Here's what I think makes a lot of sense. Sporting events at the White House. I'm not a UFC guy, but UFC, whatever, Freedom 250. I only watched the first fight before I fell asleep. It was too late. It was a Sunday. We talked about it. I love it. I even tried to make the crazy case for, and I know you can't really make it happen, but in a fantasy world, the Super Bowl at the White House, could you imagine the Super Bowl, what the ratings would be in our nation's capital? And I'm not talking at the Commanders Stadium.
The Redskins. They have to play at the Redskins Stadium.
Like, I'm just saying, like, in a perfect world, if we could just mow down a bunch of stupid museums and put a football
stadium. You just
stadium.
call them the Commanders? Did you just call them the Commanders?
Sorry, Redskins.
Oh yeah, I was going to say.
I'm actually getting used to Commanders, believe it or not.
No, you're not. I will never, ever, ever get used to it.
I had
like Cleveland Guardians. They're not Guardians. They're Indians.
I had a hard time getting over San Diego Chargers for years. But now I call them the LA Chargers.
San Diego.
Right.
I still call them San Diego. I can't help it.
Yeah.
They're the San Diego Chargers.
Now, I'm not a big race fan, but for those who are, you're going to love this. Trump was at the White House yesterday promoting the upcoming Freedom 250 Grand Prix, which is an IndyCar street race planned for Washington, D.C. from August 21st to the 23rd. When I was down in Nashville, they did this in and around Davidson County where they had an IndyCar event out in public. They closed off all their roads. They made it work. It was super cool. Phil, let's roll 7A. Here's Trump talking about how thrilled he is for this extraordinary moment.
I'm thrilled to be here with some of the most extraordinary figures in the history of motorsports and any sport, if you think about it, as we count down to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. This will be like no other race ever. I don't think anything will ever top what we're going to be having. It just happened with UFC. It got the highest ratings of any fight in history. This will get the highest ratings of any such race. It'll be one of the most unforgettable racing events the world has ever seen. And we have the most talented people. These people have a lot of courage on my right. I don't want to do what they did. You could teach me, but it still takes something special, right? Gilbert, I know every one of you. What a great job you've done.
I got to tell you, he is so good in those moments with professional or college athletes when they come to the White House. It's
natural.
It's so natural. And I think the big culture shift, you think about it, the PGA Tour this year, they returned to Trump Doral in Miami. For 10 years, they stopped going. When Trump became president in 2016, the PGA Tour stopped going to Trump's own property for their annual event. Now they're back. UFC, IndyCar, hell, bring WWE, bring a boxing fight. They just promoted the Field of Dreams game last night during the Home Run Derby cool. Out in the middle of the cornfield in Iowa. It'll be the Phillies and Twins. Put a baseball game next to the White House. Do it all up because this guy does it better than anybody.
Baseball, Ray. The one thing. So it's funny. I always picture like Darth Vader in that scene because it's James Earl Jones. Yes. Just imagine like Darth Vader in Philadelphia. If you build it, they will come.
Yep.
But no, Trump is very natural with these sports guys. He's a sports fan.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is a sports fan.
It's
like
authentic.
he enjoys sports, and not for nothing. Barack Obama, like with basketball, he's a basketball fan.
Yep.
It looked natural for Barack Obama.
Right.
I didn't dislike all that. People, basketball. Why is he playing basketball? Who cares, right? Like he likes doing it. I don't have a problem with these guys if they're fans of sports and they have these guys to the White House. They want to play basketball, want to play golf, want to go goo goo gaga over Nick Saban or these football coaches or players. Fine. Like Trump, his whole life has been into sports and competition, and he's a competitive guy himself in the business world. And, Trump says he was once a good athlete. Who knows if he's telling the truth? He's a great golfer.
Yeah.
So he said, I'm the only person who's ever shot a 17 on an 18-hole course. Nobody's ever done it before. I can't believe it.
Put up a 17.
Where they said to me, sir, nobody thought it was possible, sir. I said, I didn't think it was possible either, but I shot a 17 on an 18-hole course, and that's because we bombed one of the holes, right? We took a bunker buster. We took care of one of the holes. That was a hole in one. But, we looked at it. We did very well. I have to say that, you look at the bunkers, the sand traps, the bunkers, we busted them up. There's no more bunkers on that course. They used to have a hard time.
Yeah.
The alligators are in the lake. We took care of them, too. We're the guardians of the lake now. But you look at it, we did very well. Trump he's a sports fan. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's friends with Dana White. He loves NFL football. He loves college football. I guess he likes racing. I don't know. I'm not a big Indy racing guy. Like, that's not one of my favorite. I'm a NASCAR. But this is going to be so cool.
Oh, I'll definitely
actually watch this.
Yeah,
I'm watching this.
I can honestly tell you I have never watched an entire NASCAR or IndyCar race. I've maybe seen bits and pieces of a few. And I grew up in a racing hotbed. The Lehigh Valley used to have Nazareth Motor Speedway. It's the home of the Andretti family, Mario and Marco and Michael Andretti. Obviously, Delaware at Dover, big racetrack. Tennessee.
Love that track, by the way.
What's the one in Tennessee, Sean?
There's two. There's Nashville and there's Bristol.
Bristol, that's it.
Bristol is right on the border because that's right. There's I think there's two Bristols. There's one in Virginia and one in Tennessee.
Yep.
And I think the track is in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken.
Bristol Motor Speedway.
But it's a very small track.
Yep.
It's a bull ring, and it's a short track.
Yeah.
But it always makes for some interesting racing. There's a lot of rubbing, crashing in that race.
Yeah.
But how about the Freedom 250 Grand Prix of DC?
Hell yeah.
The National Mall.
I'm going to watch. I'm not going to say I'm going to watch the whole thing, but I will absolutely tune in. Just to see the spectacle that is. Like I couldn't care less about the race itself, but I'll watch, I don't know, 15, 20 laps or whatever, and then probably tune out. It won't be at night, right? This is going to be a daytime thing, I would imagine.
I would imagine it's going to be daytime, weather permitting, of course.
Yeah. Here's a little more of Trump. He'll give us some more details. 7B. Let's continue this, Phil.
Unprecedented events will take place next month, right here in our nation's capital on August 22nd and 23rd. It'll be an awesome display of American patriotism and raw horsepower and ingenuity. You're going to see cars at the level that they've never been at before, with cars racing more than 190 miles and even higher than that down Pennsylvania Avenue. It wasn't exactly designed for that, but what Sean Duffy's done with these incredible, brilliant people is really amazing. It's going to be a sight for the ages. It really will be something special. And they're going to go all around the National Mall at speeds that are not quite, if we did that during the regular day, I think people would be put in jail perhaps for the rest of their lives, right? It wasn't supposed to be that way, but it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch.
190 miles per hour. Wow.
Yeah, man.
That's the same speed I was going when I went through the stop sign of the school bus.
Oh, boy.
Don't talk about it.
Joking. Thank you, Attorney Stensley. You're right. I plead the fifth.
Yeah. Don't incriminate yourself on the air.
I'll tell you what. Everybody wants to, and everybody wants to crush these NASCAR and Indy guys not being athletes. I think you need to be in a certain shape to do that. And then just the sheer skill and the balls. I mean, remember, Dale Earnhardt died racing,
he died
right?
on the track.
I know most guys are safe.
Here's the problem with Earnhardt, with Dale Earnhardt. He wasn't wearing his Hans device, head and neck safety. It wasn't required. He didn't like it because it restricted he felt that it restricted his ability to see.
Right.
And there was really very few NASCAR, drivers that were as competitive as Dale Earnhardt.
Mm-hmm.
They call him the Intimidator for a reason, right?
Yeah.
The guy was just out of his mind how competitive. So anything that he thought took away his competitive edge, he wasn't going to do. And then that wreck, because he wasn't wearing that the impact essentially killed him. But no, these guys go through unbelievable stresses in that environment, specifically like in a stock car. So like the people go, oh, it's just driving. I drive all the time, but you don't drive at 100 miles an hour. You don't drive 500 or 400 miles. You're not pulling G-forces, on these bank turns. If you're on a place like Talladega or even in Dover, it's a short track, but it races like an intermediate track because of the banking. You're not dealing with the heat. It gets up to 140, 150 degrees in these cars. There's no AC vents. You're not just leaning back, one hand on the wheel, just chilling Sunday stroll. It is competitive racing. It's like how they say, Joey Chestnut, that's competitive eating. Well, you can't put down 66 hot dogs unless you're Pete Buttigieg, and even he can't do that.
Mustard.
Right? Because he uses something different to put those hot dogs down. It's like a disqualification.
Mustard.
The way he uses it. Mustard, right? So then you look at, these drivers like Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch just died because he put his body through too much stress with pneumonia.
Yeah.
And these guys are absolutely athletes. It may not be your favorite sport. That's fine. Soccer's not my favorite sport. Those guys run like, a lot of miles per game. I don't watch it. I don't like the sport, but they're athletes, right? NASCAR drivers, IndyCar drivers, those are athletes. They have to be in great shape to withstand the stressors their body goes through in those races and in practice and all that.
That's right. And the one man who's not an athlete?
Mayor Pete!
Exactly.
Mayor Pete.
There you go. Let's get to some local stories. I've got one in Montgomery County coming up, but I want to round back just about 2 hours ago when Dawn was in the middle of her 6 a.m. newscast. She gave you the story of the 14-year-old. Phil, this is clip 37. The 14-year-old charged with murder in the killing of a pizza delivery driver in North Philadelphia. 6ABC had a report on television, and we'll get back into this story right now. Clip 37.
Police are searching tonight for the gunman who shot and killed a pizza delivery driver in North Philadelphia. Investigators say the driver was dropping off pizzas at a Philadelphia Housing Authority apartment, but the address turned out to be abandoned and the driver was gunned down. Action News reporter Amanda Pitts live for us in North Philadelphia with the latest on this story here. Pretty disturbing, Amanda.
Disturbing indeed, Shari. Police tell us that man was simply doing his job delivering pizzas when he was shot and killed, ambushed, shot in the back of the head. He worked here at Pete's Pizza on Ridge Avenue in North Philadelphia, just 5 minutes from the scene. His coworkers too rattled by this to speak to us today, but his boss says he was a great kid.
nonsense, senseless.
A pizza delivery gone wrong in North Philadelphia overnight. A 28-year-old delivery man was found shot in the back of the head after dropping off pizza to a vacant unit. It happened at the Raymond Rosen homes on the 2300 block of Edgley Street around 12:30 a.m. The man was found shot in the courtyard of the housing complex.
He was laying on the ground, unresponsive, bleeding heavily with a gunshot wound to his head.
Police say Philadelphia Housing Authority cameras caught two people following the victim prior to the shooting. Shots were fired just off camera.
That's unfortunate. Maybe because of the cash they carry, maybe, but still, it's nonsense.
Action News has learned the victim worked here at Pete's Pizza on Ridge Avenue for several years, 1 mile from where the killing happened. Customers today shocked by the news.
They're really nice people. It's very sad to hear that happened.
At the scene, investigators discovered 3 spent shell casings just inches away from where the victim was found, an indication that he was shot at close range. Nearby, his Mazda was found with a pizza warmer inside. Police believe he delivered the pizzas before being shot.
Inside the vacant property, there's 3 pizza boxes as well as a bag, and none of that seems to have been opened or touched.
George Johnson is a delivery driver himself. He says it's a dangerous job. He was previously carjacked.
3 guns in my face. What do I do now? Pray.
Now, this is the second pizza delivery driver killed in recent years. Back in 2024,
Oh, wow.
One of them was shot out front of this store. Again, that was a few years back in 2024. In this case, police are asking for the public's help. They don't yet have anyone in custody, though they do have a lead, that number that was used to place that pizza order.
I mean, this is remarkable. This sounds like, I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating here, Dawn, but this feels like an orchestrated hit, revenge, perhaps knowing the individual. I mean, you were sent to a abandoned public housing unit, and then multiple people come up, seen on security footage, shoot you in the head and leave you to bleed out. I mean, I'm sorry. The motive, well, cash. How much cash could a pizza delivery driver in this day and age with Apple Pay and all the different digital, like, I mean, what's a pizza guy carrying? $50 cash? Tops?
Yeah, but I mean, I just think this is the story that we had the update. A 14-year-old is arrested and charged with the murder. But that 14-year-old, the question I have is, who sent that 14-year-old? He's not acting alone. How does a 14-year-old in Philadelphia get a gun? And he's accused of
kill a pizza driver. Like, why? You know?
Yeah, they got the kid who we identified. He's from India. He's here on a student visa. The family says that he was living with his aunt and uncle and going to university here, working part-time at the pizza place.
14-year-old was going to university?
No. The 14-year-old is the accused gunman and killer.
Okay, gotcha.
So the driver who was shot and killed puts his hands up and surrender. You know, he's given everything up, and they still choose to shoot and kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because they felt he could ID him or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I think it was Philly Crime Report. Is it Philly Crime Report? I always forget the official Twitter handle. I'll pull it up right now. It's they posted the mugshot. There's no Philly Crime Update at Philly Crime.
Everybody
UPD.
has they're charging him as an adult.
Oh, they are.
So his mugshot is all over, like, you know.
But they haven't released the name of him, right?
Yeah. They released the kid. I said it at 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I thought the name that you released, Cuncho, was the victim. 28
I thought I released the name.
No,
Yes, Sincere.
Oh,
Remember
that's right.
his name
Yes, you did. Okay.
Sincere Camps.
Gotcha. Yes, you did. My apologies.
Yeah.
So that's the 14-year-old accused killer.
Yep. And the mugshot is
Don't
out.
apologize. What? You didn't get your perps? You know, you got.
I mean, it's such a rarity.
I know, right?
I just made the assumption it was, well, it's a young male in a hoodie wearing a mask.
Isn't that sad?
It is.
You know, we get our.
It is. We need to expose even the ones that don't commit murder. Any minor that commits a violent act, sexual assault, rape, misdemeanor, this felony, aggravated assault, that. You name
Nick's
it.
Getting his perps confused.
Put the names out. Shame these kids. In a perfect world, I'd like to think the harder you are on a minor that commits an adult act like this, there's like at least a percentage chance increase that maybe the kid will get his life on track. Right, correct.
It's a deterrent
Correct.
for a future, too.
Stop
you can't get your
coddling
purpose
these
confused.
people. Yeah.
Well,
you can't get your names. When Nick Kayal is Nick Kayal, he's Walter Cronkite. Okay,
And when he's not, he's Jimmy Kelly.
And when
Back
he's
after
not,
this.
he's disaster. He's David Muir.
But the question I have for this 14-year-old kid, generally speaking, what here's where I go with this.
Okay.
In other words, 14 years old. So when was he initially recruited? Because the older kids or the gangbangers, whatever, they know if they get, let's say, a 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old, that kid who then works for or who is recruited, initiated into whatever, gang or whatever, they are going to there's sympathy. So the DA and they're going to let him go. And so that's how this happens. So to your point about taking, let's say, a 9-year-old is involved in some kind of a crime and they throw the book at the 9-year-old or they extract the 9-year-old from an environment, they're saving that 9-year-old's life. Because now, by the time you're 14, now your mugshot is out there, you're charged as an adult with first-degree murder, robbery, all these aggravated, circumstances. And at 14, you're going away for what? 30, 40 plus years. You're going away. Now you're going to be what? 50, 60 by the time you get out.
Right.
And what happens to you as a 14-year-old when you're put away? So your life is ruined. They're doing somebody a favor at the age of 9 to extract them from all of that.
Yeah, you're right. Let's stay local. Let's go to Montgomery County. Phil, this is clip 16. This is a wild story based on dating apps as a Montgomery County woman is accused of breaking into the home of a man in Bucks County that she met on a dating app. 16. This is courtesy of NBC 10 in Philadelphia.
A woman breaking into one of our residents' homes in Fairless Hills, and we respond out, and sure enough, our officers see a 30-year-old female crawling in through the back window, and they take her into custody, and then we find out the whole story.
That woman has been identified as Lindsay Harris of Lower Gwinnett, Montgomery County, and the home police say they found her breaking into is that of a man she had briefly dated.
They had initially contacted each other about 6 months prior on a dating website. The male decided not to continue the relationship, but I guess the female wanted to continue it and came to his home and not only broke into the home, but had a bottle of wine and some water ice ready to enjoy an evening with this guy who was completely shocked to come home and find her standing outside of his house looking at him through the sliding glass door and immediately called 911.
NBC 10 spoke to the victim off camera. He says for weeks things had been moved around his house and appeared to be out of place, and he did not give Harris his home address.
People are pretty good at finding other people on the internet.
Why police suggest you limit what you put out there, and before you meet with someone and exchange information, vet them, as online activity has given way to new crimes.
Not only do you have stalking cases, but you have a lot of, romance scams going on. They're in it for, trying to make a profit out of these relationships. So, like I said, there's various facets of this online world that, unfortunately, are the downside of it.
Dennis Eberly is a former investigator from Lancaster County and licensed private investigator. He says increased online activity comes with new risks and new work.
One of the services I offer and a lot of other PIs offer is premarital investigations. We can check out your potential mate ahead of time.
And says because folks want to know more about who they're getting close with, many investigators are finding work running background checks, especially when it comes to those in intimate relationships. As for Harris, she's posted bail.
Felony to go to somebody's house and break in.
Our attempts to reach her, unsuccessful. In Falls Township, Deanna.
Wow. So we have a female with the last name Harris who drinks wine and broke into a home in Bucks County.
They did.
I never knew Kamala Harris lived in Lower Gwinnett.
How dare they?
Unbelievable. Proving once again, Dawn Stenslin, chicks are crazy.
Yeah, rabbit in the pot crazy right there.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out.
Yeah. Sounds like some Primal Fear. Not Primal Fear. What was the rabbit with the
Fatal Attraction?
Fatal Attraction. Yes.
I'm not going to be ignored, Dan.
Jimmy Kelly.
Well, having met my wife on a dating website,
Wait,
I
you
will
brought up
say,
your wife in this conversation?
You met your wife on a dating app?
Yeah, I met her on eHarmony.com.
Carol.
Very similar to Zioli, who met his wife on eHarmony.com.
Yeah?
And that's one of the more legitimate websites.
Right. You didn't go to like Blind Radio Lovers Only or anything like that?
No, I didn't go to blinddatingapp.com. No, I went to eHarmony. But when you're on the eHarmony site, if you're willing to pay a fee and it takes hours to fill out the info, it probably weeds out all the craziness.
Yeah.
But you do have to be really careful on these dating sites.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 'cause you don't know who you're talking to.
Yeah. Was it, Jimmy, was it like love at first sight when you guys first met?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah?
I would say so.
Did you have your magnifying glass with you? Like,
I didn't have my magnifying glass, no.
No?
We met on Tavern on Broad.
Yeah.
And I remember a good friend of mine helped me with the profile.
Right.
Took almost 20 minutes trying to get pictures because she was such a lighting fanatic.
Oh, she's like Dawn. She had to make sure the lighting is correct.
Exactly. Wanted to get the lighting right.
do it.
And yeah, I met my wife.
Out of my shop.
I met my wife in 2012. We were dating.
Yeah.
Things were getting serious. And by 2015, we got married.
Did you do your Rush or your Hannity on the first date?
I think I probably did a few invitations on the first date.
You did.
You had she was all yours after you did your Hannity, right? Newt Gingrich is coming up on the program, right?
No, I didn't do any Hannity or anything like that. I was a little bit afraid to tell her where I worked. It's like, oh, you work for that station?
Is she conservative?
Well, he didn't know.
Or is she not into politics?
I don't think she's really into politics.
No?
I know my sister-in-law is really into politics, and she is a Trump supporter.
Okay, so she doesn't have TDS. That's good.
No, and she is one of the first people. If you bring up college debt, because she does banking for a living, she's the first one to really just start screaming and yelling about all this, about how people are not spending their money correctly, because she's done banking for over 30 years.
Sure. Jimmy, do you have any TDS patients in your immediate family?
I don't. It's possible. Now, my mom is a Trump supporter, a big-time Trump supporter. And I remember one day I called her from this radio station when we first moved in and told her I was from some Democrat National Committee. and she didn't see the phone number. And I'm just going on. And my mom's just getting all riled up. And I said, "Excuse me, ma'am, have you ever heard of WPHT?"
No.
It's a radio station, and she found out it was me trying to crank call her because she couldn't see the number on the ID. Now, I guarantee you that some of the younger kids in my family, some of my younger cousins, they're very liberal, very anti-Trump, but now, because they're getting older and they're starting to realize that illegals are taking their jobs, they may be changing their tune just a little bit.
Got it. Sean, do you have any TDS patients in your immediate family?
Well, not in my immediate family, no.
Any uncles or aunts?
Family, there's some of that, but I don't really talk to them much.
Like, is it Rosie O'Donnell bad or just stage 1, stage 2?
I would say it's probably like stage 1, stage 2.
That's good.
There's a few though. There's one actually.
There's always one
who is stage 5. But we haven't heard. That one has been sequestered away. But there's one. He's quarantined. There's one who's. He might be stage 6.
Oh wow, that's a new stage.
Yeah,
and it's a guy.
Stage.
That's like post-mortem.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dawn, do you have any TDS relatives on your side or Larry's side?
I know nothing. Not on my side.
Nothing.
Not on my side.
Straight conservative all the way through. Like even branching out, like cousins, and obviously not your son and your husband, but as you go down the family tree, so to speak.
On my side, either they're conservative or they just aren't political.
Okay.
And then on my husband's side, they got
mix of everything.
No, mostly, but there are a few at the TDS situation.
Okay. Oh.
But here's the thing, Here's the difference, and I think people can relate to this because most everybody is conservative.
Yeah,
conservatives don't care.
Right.
So we just go, we love you. We just want to talk politics.
Right.
Just don't talk about it, and it's all cool.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
So nobody talks about it. Everything's fine.
The other side is looking at you if you're a conservative, going. The whole time, I can't believe Don Stensland's a fascist.
Right.
And they can't wait to bring it up, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Who
what's it like being a fascist? Pass the potatoes.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
They love that.
And I just can't engage anymore because they get too emotional. They don't want they start shouting. They don't want to hear you, and a lot of times they're so uninformed that you start to tell them, well, here's why you're wrong, and you might invoke a policy or an act or some stats, and they're totally oblivious to it. So they just say, I don't want to hear your numbers. I'm just telling you.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, they all go into Karen mode.
It was many years ago in Trump's first term where, like, I was being told by someone in the family, I forget who it was, that, like, Trump's wall, the whole, immigration was racist, all that stuff. And I said, but how, but you could agree, right, that, like, illegal immigration is bad. He's, yeah, it's breaking the law. We should get rid of the illegal aliens. I said, all right, well, shouldn't we try and stop them from coming in? Well, he said something along the lines of, well, if you really want to get rid of them, just park outside of a Home Depot. And I was like, are you suggesting racial profiling? Because, like, not everybody who goes to Home Depot who's brown is illegal. Right. Well, that's where the most... I said, whoa. So you just told me that a wall is racist. Meanwhile, we're in your house. Like, there's walls all over the place. Like, but you're arguing in favor of racially profiling people outside of a Home Depot, and that's cool? Mm-hmm. Well, that's not what No, that's what you said. Right. It was like, okay. Okay.
Yep. There you go.
Well, you know what? Because you people just don't understand it right now. And you try to talk to a family member. I've had one, and I tried telling her, look, we're probably never going to agree on politics. But, hey, we're still family. I still love you very much. But it just goes, but you work for that stupid radio station right now. And you're going to look, I don't know what to tell you. This is what I do for a living. I've always wanted to do it. But you still work for them. And you still don't care. It's okay. I get it.
Do you ever invoke?
They're crazy.
Do you ever invoke Rush Limbaugh in heaven? Just like Rush.
No, I just
talking to him.
I just walk away because they just don't get it. It's like, okay, you know what? You have your opinion. I'm just going to go grab a beer. I can't deal with this. And then when my mom starts in with the talking about it and starts arguing with everybody, it's like, guys, I hear this for 7 hours a day. 7 hours a day. Yeah. Now I know why carpenters don't want to do side work. Yeah. Now I know why, Now I know why for years I was trying to get my uncle to hang a door for me in my first house. Now I know why, because he doesn't want to do side work. Yeah. And I'm the same way. It's like I don't want to talk about this. Yeah. Okay. I've heard this for 7 hours. I just want to relax. I don't want to hear this. Yeah.
Jimmy Kelly, unfiltered.
Pass the mashed potatoes, you fascist!
Exactly.
I love when you come out of nowhere with the Karen button.
I know.
Karen button's my favorite.
That thing is great. I love that thing.
I love the Karen button.
Who do you think you are?
One time,
Karen button is legendary.
One time I got feisty. One time, I wish I had that Karen button. One time I got feisty.
Yeah?
Because somebody was fairly and they were saying about Netanyahu, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. And I go, look, even the Bible says, don't mess with the Jews. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they were like, what?
No, you didn't.
I did. I did. And I don't know what got into me, but, like to Jimmy's point, I'm with Jimmy. Most of the time I'm like, please, But this one time I was like, even the Bible, in fact, Jesus said, don't. And oh my gosh, it was like an explosion went off.
My stack.
What was I thinking?
Dawn blew her stack.
I know.
That you channel your inner Christine Flowers and just start screaming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I didn't even do it. I was trolling.
Good.
Which I never do that. Mm-hmm. I don't know what got into me.
Isn't it fun, though?
It's fun, though.
Yeah, but it was kind of hee.
Isn't it fun?
Yep.
Then you sit back.
You could really twist the knife and get the. Isn't it fun to troll? Mm-hmm. Right? Like it's. You don't have to get into a habit of doing it. But it's like it's fun.
That's right.
It's probably a sin, but.
Yep, you give your take.
Like, so you're a woman, right? Yep. So you can't get an identification, right?
That's right.
How dare you? Mm-hmm. Karen one comes out. How dare you? It's like, whoa. Well, I'm not the one who says that. You're the one. Yeah.
If you don't like it, you can eat me.
Exactly. Coming up next.
I did not say that.
It is a Rooney Tuesday. Matt Rooney's going to join us. I've got a couple of Jersey stories in the cut sheet for Rooney, and that doesn't even include maybe the best clip of all, which happened at a Jersey Mike's. Details on the way. Rooney is next. Stay right there.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep. Nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS after portrayal.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 8:41 Tuesday morning here on the 14th of July. Going to be a hot one today. Temperatures in the mid-90s. If you're heading to Citizens Bank Park for the All-Star game, Try to hydrate. Mix in an H2O between your 4 Miller Lights or whatever you're going to indulge yourself in. By the way, Chase Utley making a cameo last night. Ryan Howard making a cameo last night. Bobby Abreu was there as well. Bobby Abreu looks like he ate Chase Utley, by the way. He's put on a ton of weight. He's on the Nick Kayal diet. And Bobby Abreu and I spending too much time at Tony Luke's or something. We'll get to Phillies legend Chase Utley. He was handing out sandwiches last night at Sarcone's. We'll play that for you coming up in the cut sheet. Also, speaking of sandwiches, a Jersey Mike's employee going rogue, but in a good way.
I got along well with Mike. Great guy.
Are you, sir? I know you're a very punctual guy. As the president of the United States, you run a tight ship. You demand accountability. Everybody do their job, or they'll be fired. Your thoughts on a Tuesday contributor routinely late for his scheduled appearance, because we call this Rooney Tuesday, and we even broke at 8:35. We were 5 minutes late to break for Rooney. Still not here yet. Your thoughts, Mr. President?
Well, I think maybe he's running on Trump time. You know, sometimes I come out to my rallies. They say 7 o'clock. I come out at 8:15, so we'll see what happens. But now you look at that's a box of color, and Rooney's not there, and maybe an upgrade, maybe not. We'll see what happens. But he's a tremendous person, but he's late. You know, he's late.
Yes, he
is.
And
we don't want to see that.
Okay. I mentioned Jersey Mike's. We'll get to that coming up in a second. But I want to start with this. Phil, 13A. I know I have you bouncing all around as I tease these things, but 13A is where we're going to go. You know, we just had the Graham Plattner story. Again, allegations remain allegations. I think when you look at kind of the track record of poor judgment of this guy, if you had to say, Nick, yes or no, did Graham Plattner do it? I would say yes. But again, court of law, you'll have your day, and a jury will decide if, in fact, charges are ever brought forward. Again, these are just allegations. I don't think there's a criminal complaint that has been filed against Graham Plattner, which, by the way, too, if you're appalled by what Graham Plattner allegedly did, shouldn't you be kind of protesting and demanding that Democrats say, you know what, like, where are all the Democrats that endorsed Plattner that are saying this female should file charges? You can rescind your endorsement all you want, but if, in fact, you believe they're true and that you had to get rid of this guy because he was a bad seed, well, then don't you want justice to be served? Because the statute of limitations
100%.
is 20 years, right?
Good point.
20 years in Maine. And look, so the same thing, right? Eric Swalwell. Nobody's talking about charges for him. I don't know what the statute of limitations is in California. But in Maine, it's 20 years, right? So this woman, Jenny Rassicott, if she wanted to, could file charges. Where are the charges, right? If this happened. She came forward and she accused him. So where are the charges?
Right.
Okay. And you said this was a reason to get him out of the race, and that's it. He's out of the race, and now it's not a crime anymore. Isn't that funny how that's like working here?
It is.
I think I find that interesting.
Yep. And I bring all of that up to play 13A here, where New York City. Whoa.
I'm sorry, Nick.
What happened?
There's no time limit for felony rape in California.
I had a feeling it was something.
So
weird
there's
like
no.
that.
You mean there's no statute of limitations? You can.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You can file a charge if it happened allegedly in 1970.
That makes sense because that's a believe all women state.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
So again,
Holy.
so Swalwell, where are the charges? Right?
Yeah.
He's out of the race. Now it's not a crime. He's
Wow.
okay. All right. He's out of the race. Not a crime. Graham Plattner, where are the charges? 20 years. Where are the charges? Happened 5 years ago, allegedly.
Right.
Where are the charges?
Yep.
Right?
I'm so sorry, Nick.
No,
I
that's okay.
apologize. I just.
Jeez, I thought I thought something
that blew
really,
me
really
away.
bad happened.
I'm sorry.
Like, did somebody
thought
try
Matt
to
Rooney
shoot
showed
Trump
up.
again?
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So Mamdani addresses. I don't even really know how this conversation materializes here. It's about a 45-second clip, but Mamdani addresses concerns of rape and felony assaults being on the rise by saying now the definition of rape has changed.
Oh my God.
I think this is going to be a ridiculous comment, but let's hear it. 13A.
I believe the NYPD, when they put forward their numbers, what we're seeing are some of the lowest numbers that New York City has seen in recorded history, especially when it comes to murders and shootings. These are the lowest we've ever seen. And what I think is important to know is a lot of the increase in rape also comes from an expanded definition of what counts as rape, as well as survivors coming forward for acts that took place years prior. And we are thankful for them coming forward, the courage and the bravery it takes, but just to provide New Yorkers with that context. And I'm proud that in working with Commissioner Tisch, we were able to fulfill the two hopes that we had earlier in the year to provide two different command centers in the Bronx like we do in Brooklyn and Manhattan and in Queens, and to also provide additional training to officers, all within the originally authorized headcount.
On the mid. So I would have a lot of questions, and again, that's a 45-second clip. I'm not sure what the full context was other than maybe some reported numbers if he's saying that things are down. Well, my questions would be, well, what used to constitute rape? What is now deemed by law or definition of the law to be rape? I mean, are women not coming forward as much as they used to? Is this part of the no longer believe all women? I just find it odd. And the reason I wanted to play that was because we're talking about the Graham Plattner stuff. Here's Mom Donnie. But I'm thinking, well, you know what? Democrats and George Stephanopoulos found out the hard way. They love to call Trump a rapist. Trump was found, and we don't have to relitigate the case, but the E. Jean Carroll thing, that was, first of all, not rape. It was deemed sexual assault. Oh, it's the same thing. No, actually, it's not, because, there's the criminal act, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, which Trump was never found guilty of. And then at the civil level, there's the preponderance of evidence, which is a lower threshold and a lower burden of proof. I just find it interesting when politicians want to twist and contort definitions of crime that fit a narrative and an agenda based on crime reporting stats. So I find it interesting that little weasel all of a sudden has that to say.
I would like to get one question with Mom Donnie. And people are going to hate me for saying this, but that's okay. I'd like to ask him if he thinks that having sex with a 6-year-old is rape. Because he'd probably say yes. Well, that's what the Prophet Muhammad did. So, married a 9-year-old. Just saying.
In New York, they announced...
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They announced in New York in January of 2024 that New York State would expand its legal definition of rape to include various forms of non-consensual sexual contact. So Kathy Hochul signed that into law. So that was January 2024. What does that mean?
Okay.
Prior to 2024, rape was defined as, quote, vaginal penetration by penis. Then they expanded it, broadened it to non-consensual and multiple orifices or fingers penetrating, etc.
And I'm okay with that. I am. I mean, I have no problem with that. It's disgusting. It's a man forcing his way on a woman. Dude, keep it in your pants, have some self-control, and don't be a pig. I'm fine with that. Anybody object?
I think for criminal charges, in my opinion, if someone is grabbed at a nightclub and they're accused of, what they call digital, like somebody with their fingers, that's gross. It's gross. It's nasty. It's a charge.
You mean like groping?
Like if somebody's groped.
Okay.
But that under this definition, I'm just saying.
Oh, well then, yeah, I don't know that I would consider as bad as groping a female.
That's what they're saying. So remember when Whoopi Gold, wasn't it Whoopi on The View? She famously said rape.
Right.
But,
rape.
But I think that like rape, like being grabbed by a stranger and.
Yeah, okay. I would agree with that.
I think there are different degrees.
Sure.
And so they should factor in different degrees. It shouldn't just say, I mean, it's all icky and horrible to your point.
Yeah, well said.
Correct.
Yep, agreed.
But I would say, Dawn, right? Like, so like if you're at a bar and somebody does a little inappropriate grabbing.
Which is horrible.
You didn't just get raped.
Right.
Agreed.
Thank you.
You didn't just get raped.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Right.
It's
icky.
but
in New York, you're saying it could it could conceivably be considered rape because it's non-consensual sexual contact.
Yeah.
By the way, correction: the Prophet Muhammad married Aisha at 6 and consummated the marriage at 9. So I would be curious if Mom Donnie considers having sex with a 9-year-old rape.
Yeah.
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. It's an interesting point. We've had a lot of ridiculous stuff, a lot of bad stuff. How about a little tearjerker to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour, as Matt Rooney will join us at his convenience, or text us and say he's running behind, if he has the time to pass along, his inconvenience for our inconvenience. But we'll get to that. Clip 30, and Dan, I love when Dan leaves a Dan note. So on the cut sheet, when Dan does the cut sheet, when Greg's out, he puts at the bottom of a certain clip, Dan note in capital letters, bold letters. He says, I'm not crying, you're crying. This is a feel-good story. Clip 30, a 4-year-old, Roman Butzlaff. That's right, Roman Butzlaff of Concord, North Carolina, has helped unite his neighborhood simply by enthusiastically waving and saying hello to people that just merely pass his home.
That's cute.
This report, courtesy of CBS News. I think we could use that in today's society. Roll it. Dan note, I'm not crying, you're crying.
Someone's cutting onions.
Who's cutting onions?
It's an onion cutter.
How about that?
Gosh, that's such a great story.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, that kid is going to run for office and win in a landslide. He's got everyone's support. He's the waving kid. No, what a great story.
Yeah.
It's rare when you find that. We have a little guy in our neighborhood here. He's kind of like that. He says hi to everybody.
Yeah.
Nice kid, about 10 years old. But it's not like this, where the whole neighborhood comes together around this kid.
Yeah.
What a great story that is.
Yeah. Roman Butzlaff, 4 years old, Concord, North Carolina. His only fault so far in life, playing soccer.
Watch, he's going to become famous. His dad will come back around. You'll see.
His dad's either smart or a scumbag. His dad either left under bad circumstances or he's smart because he moved to Florida. But
but he left the family behind.
That's true. Cool. Yeah, what a scumbag. Yeah. Good work out of that kid. There you go.
I love that kid.
Yeah.
Awesome job.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we'll come back. Fourth and final hours on the way. I guess Matt Rooney's in court. Maybe he's got a client on the phone complaining. Maybe we could wiretap into the Rooney Law Office. Maybe he's yelling at somebody that keeps breaking the law. He's like Jim Carrey in Liar, Liar, telling his client.
Breaking the law. Yeah.
We'll do that on the other side. Fight Club less than 15 minutes away. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And here's your Ashley Furniture forecast. 78 degrees right now, heating up to 95 degrees with extreme heat warning set for tomorrow with temperatures reaching 100 tomorrow. Ashley's Black Friday and July sale, it's here. With the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax, and they'll even deliver it all for free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday in July sale only at Ashley Furniture. And let's talk about Piazza, PiazzaAutoGroup.com, Piazza, PiazzaAutoGroup.com, because you know what? There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home Celebration, discover exceptional offers and a remarkable selection of brand new vehicles, including the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized local dealer, Piazza, in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience for yourself the luxury, innovation, as well as performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home Celebration is happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. PiazzaAutoGroup.com, Piazza, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728, or crashproofretirement.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey. Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hello, everybody. It's Kayal and Company. Fourth and final hour on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Sean Farish in for Stocker. Little teaser there from Jimmy Kelly. We got the hello, but we don't have the Rooney Tuesday.
Yeah, thank you for scaring me with that, by the way, Nick. I thought I hit the wrong button.
Nope. Actually, we do have them. I just looked over. Box 4, activated, filled, and ready to go. Good morning, Matthew.
If you look at YouTube and say my name 3 times, I will appear. It's been something they've used to scare school children for years. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Rooney.
There you go.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday. Here on Kayal and Company, when you're sitting there in Jersey, try to be on time, please. Yeah, like that's going to happen.
I like the acapella version better, though.
I like the ad-lib. Jimmy Kelly just threw it up there and just hope for the best version as well.
That's enough of Jimmy Kelly. Just focus on what you got to focus on now, pal. All right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding, Jimbo. Rooney, everything okay?
He's not kidding. He wants you to shut up, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's just being polite about it, yes.
Pretty much. I don't want to be I don't want to be called. Just bring Rooney down a little bit because Rooney's coming in super, super hot. Not that you would hear that, Jimmy, with headsets or on and anything like that. Rooney, everything okay, though, bud? You were a little late today.
Yeah, no, I was a little later than usual. I can make a joke about it being brand reinforcement because being on time isn't what I want to do. Look, today was everything, right? I mean, if I don't know if anyone in the audience has a child in summer camp, but today was water day.
No.
And my daughter, she's not allergic to sunscreen, but she acts like it.
Oh.
So if you've ever been to like a county fair and they like try to like rope a little calf or a pig or something like that, that's what I was doing this morning.
Okay.
And then she doesn't want anyone to get her face.
Right.
So I finally sprayed some in my hand and then got her face right before she went into daycare. But then she had a full-on meltdown.
Oh no!
And was you would have thought that I was like rubbing her with hot coals or something.
So you're using like the spray can.
Spray,
right?
That's horrible. Do the stick, like a stick like this.
Okay.
Right, and you do like this. Even let them do it themselves.
Yeah.
So but the spray stuff's stinky.
Yeah.
I
like the smell of it.
They do it. They have a pink one for kids, and just do like this.
This is why children are soft, Sean.
That's right.
No,
that's right. They don't use sunblock in Tennessee.
Getting maced by your parents in the morning.
Maced by your
camp.
That's how you harden them up. That's how you get them ready for the real world. Get them ready to join an ice protest. Hey, this is what mace feels like. You'll go protest ice now.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to beat the Chinese if our kids need soft little sticks on their face. So, so that happened, and it's my usual lament. Every road in New Jersey is under construction, but none of them ever look any better. I mean, I saw more cops today standing along the side of the road getting overtime watching construction than you see at like a presidential inaugural. So just completely lining every road on the way to my house. So,
yeah. Okay.
Such is my dedication to this program that I'm still here. You're looking at it half glass empty, like, oh, Rooney's late. I look at it as I had every kind of parenting thing this morning. My son got changed twice, wanted 16 breakfasts. He just wasn't satiated by anything.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what?
Yeah.
Dawn needs me.
Yep.
Sean doesn't really need me.
I need
he's the only one.
I would twerk with you any day.
See, why would I want to miss that?
Exactly. We'll get to the cut sheet. I got a couple of Jersey stories for you. We'll do Fight Club coming up. But first time speaking to you since last week. Just kind of want to tee you up. Your thoughts on the sudden, unexpected death of Lindsey Graham?
shocking, a tremendous blow to the party. And look, I know that he's not everyone's favorite. I didn't agree with him on every issue, but I mean, how many elected officials do we have in this era where everything is always aligned against President Trump and his attempt to accomplish things on behalf of the people that supported him? I mean, notably the Save America Act, right? Lindsey Graham was a consistent champion of this very popular effort to try to help bring a little bit of integrity to our elections. But so many of his colleagues continue to try to stop. So we lost a warrior, and also, for what it's worth, an objectively good guy. People love making fun of him. It's one of the darker aspects of our internet culture. But here's a dude who lost his parents, basically raised his sister, did a whole hell of a lot more than a lot of other people have been called on to manage in their lives. So very sad, a significant loss for the country and for the party. I think it's great that President Trump asked his sister to step in. What a beautiful tribute to him to have the person that he saved now step in to advance his legacy. But of course, the internet's not happy with that either. People are screaming nepotism. I mean, usually it's some goofball lawyer who's a donor from the state that gets selected when someone dies and they need a stopgap. So this makes a whole hell of a lot more sense than most of the interim U.S. senators who've ever been appointed in history. I will say this, I again, with my morning, I haven't got to listen. I usually listen before I hop on. I would really like to see the toxicology report. I don't want to go too into the rabbit hole. I don't have my tinfoil hat here. But I mean, the dude just did go to Ukraine, and there were a lot of people that wanted him dead. I mean, probably second only to President Trump, truthfully. Yeah. The amount of foreign actors and bad actors that have been trying to take out Lindsey Graham over the course of the years.
Well, the FBI did say they are fully investigating everything, so I don't think they're going to leave any stone unturned. I got to tell you, Matt, and I didn't know this. I was blown away by it when Dawn dropped this tidbit yesterday. Not sure if you're aware, but at his the time of his passing, Lindsey Graham's net worth was just over $1 million. And you might say, okay, what's the point? Well, I think, I don't know if it's 90%, 70%, or 50.1%, but I do think a majority of politicians end up being super wealthy and do it with a lot of nefarious practices and perhaps insider trading. It seems like Lindsey Graham was perhaps one of the select few that was not lining his pockets and didn't die super wealthy from politics.
Yeah. And again, I mean, there were aspects of what Lindsey Graham espoused over the years that I didn't agree with, but we're running out of guys like him and Fetterman that apparently actually believe what they say. I'll take an honest person that I disagree with from time to time than so many of the other self-interested, ethically compromised drones that populate Capitol Hill and capitals all across the country, Harrisburg, Trenton, and every other state in the union. So one of the sad ironies of it, truthfully, because I mean, how many times has Lindsey Graham been accused of being, this warmonger tool of the military industrial complex? He was apparently doing it wrong because he didn't cash his checks, assuming they were arriving. They must be sitting in an underwear drawer or something in his house.
You said Harrisburg as a capital. I have to ask Mr. Trump, Mr. President, 47, I thought we rebranded the Pennsylvania state capital from Harrisburg to Trumpsburg.
Well, we did very well in Pennsylvania. She wanted to win, and they were going to do it Harrisburg. But we did very well in Pennsylvania. It's Trumpsburg, if you want to call it that. A lot of people don't want to call it that. But, we'll call it that. Rooney's late to calling it Trumpsburg, but he's late for a lot of things, right? We had the Black Square, and now he's in, and he's doing a great job. But it's Trumpsburg, Pennsylvania, and we don't sign the bombs and all the things that little Josh, he wants to be Obama, right? He wants to be Obama.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle don't you dare. Don't do it, right? So you look at Josh, but now Trumpsburg, Pennsylvania. He'll never call it that, but that's what we call it.
Little Josh.
Shapiro's social media game is as awkward as Sean's impression of Trump is wonderful.
Yes, that's exactly.
There's actually a chart that you can find online that
It's a Venn diagram.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, that's right.
That's well said. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yep.
I love Venn diagrams.
I know you do, dear. All right, 9:14.
This is so fun. I wish I was here on time.
I know, you missed out, but we still have a lot
more
left.
of this.
This is going to be good. Let's get to a Tuesday edition, Jimmy Kelly of Fight Club.
Thank you, Matt Rooney, for bringing up those great memories of my mom putting on sunscreen with a spackling knife. More of it got into my eyes than actually on my skin. But it is Tuesday, and it's a Rooney Tuesday, and it's time for Kayal and Company Fight Club, where fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man. We are going to knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Oh, yes. Phil, do you have, or Jimmy, I'm sorry, do you have the ability to pot up Phil? I forget what the description was. I'm seeing it in the hopper here. He came in 15 minutes ago during the break and told me what it was. I think I forwarded this along from some of the listeners yesterday that submitted this. Is Phil potted up? Phil, jump on the mic if you can. What's the description for this one again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, give me. I'm just trying to dig up the email.
Was this
right
one
now.
of Gary Stam's 42
absolutely.
submissions?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't apologize now because Gary inundated my inbox like a telemarketer with fights, which we appreciate as we're now scheduling out, I think, until October of 26. We're like an orthodontist office. We have no bookings, no openings open.
But so the reason Nick was upset though is your wife, St. Kristen.
Yeah.
She is very busy, and you had some quality time, and so it's about St. Kristen.
Right.
Deserved her saintly time.
Yeah, quality time with the wife and the daughter trying to watch the home run derby, and then my phone is going like this nonstop.
So I do have the description.
Well, here comes more Stams. Another Stam submission. Again, we've established you can put all the submissions in one email. Can you imagine Gary Stam on a chain text? Your phone would just erupt. Go ahead, Phil.
Oh, I guess I didn't want to interrupt you. The digging. Trans in dress versus gangsta fight club throwdowns. We flying ground and pound.
So we have a transgender individual. Okay, this is going to be good. I'm assuming we have it edited. Let's roll this debacle. Oh no! Oh, it's a. Okay, that's a dude pretending to be a chick, I think. Or is that just merely a wig that fell off? Oh no, that's a dude.
What the?
That's a dude.
That's a dude. Oh wow. Yep.
Debacle.
Yep. Yep.
He's going for the DDT. No good. Oops. Oh!
Yep. Biological male beating down biological male, assumingly pretending to be a female. Yep.
That's good.
What did Tone Loc sing the song? It was Sheena Was a Man.
Funky Cold Medina.
The Funky Cold Medina. Yeah, I got a feeling in this day and age, we had that story earlier in Montgomery County with the crazy chick from Monco. She met a dude on a dating app in Bucks County and then went nuts. Yeah, if you think you're ending up on a date with a female and it ends up being a man, I don't condone violence, but justified? I'm just wondering, all of a sudden you look down and Renee's got a Richard. Yeah, it's kind of a shock to the system, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's real. That's what does happen in some of these news stories that we talk about.
Yeah, because
you have a passionate moment, right? And all of a sudden, there's something. There's like a little surprise package,
right?
That a guy then freaks out about.
Yeah, you think you're having some pie for dessert. Next thing you know, it's a sausage fest on the grill.
Yeah, next thing you know, you got a
cock-a-doodle-doo
in your lap. It's not a good thing. You know?
And so, in all seriousness, then it's like this passion turns into, which of course we would never condone any, just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a thing that's real, and it does happen. Yes, and then, and that's why when we hear even our DA say, well, these individuals, are more likely to become victims of assault or domestics, that's why.
Yes, indeed. All right.
Tragic.
Coming up next, we'll continue the cut sheet. We've got a New Jersey daycare owner accused of giving children melatonin without the consent of the parent. Middlesex County we go, and we'll lean on our guy, Matt Rooney from Save NJ. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this. Stay right there.
First, your forecast, sponsored by the Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Here's your forecast because we're at 79 degrees, heating up to 95 degrees. But tomorrow, the one to watch with temperatures reaching at least 100 degrees. That means the heat indices will make it feel like it's as hot as more than 110 degrees tomorrow. So we have these extreme heat warnings going on, especially for tomorrow. Thank you to the Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union for this forecast. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay, free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/better banking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA. Yeah, it's the hot forecast. Thank you, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
Here's something you don't hear every day. Employee pricing for everyone.
For limited time only this July, Closet Factory Philadelphia is opening its employee pricing event to everyone. That means incredible savings on custom closets, garages, pantries, home offices, and more. If you've been waiting to organize your home, now's the time. Employee pricing is available this July for a limited time only. Book your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's the final seconds of the match and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Whoa, wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red car. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company here on this Rooney Tuesday. It's Nick, Dawn, Sean, and Matt. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just about 25 minutes away or so from another edition of Today in Music History. Phil Omquist getting ready for that. The Big Three. And then the Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. Phil, let's get to clip 32 here. Right in the state of New Jersey, as a New Jersey daycare owner has been accused of giving children melatonin without parents' consent. And this allegedly happened at the Precious Gifts Care Center, which is, I believe, in Middlesex County. And on top of this, one of the children was especially vulnerable because this child is on the autism spectrum to boot.
Oh, no.
Awful story. Clip 32. Let's get the news details.
It's under investigation. Tonight, the owner of Precious Gifts Daycare Center in Dunellen is accused of giving kids melatonin in order to get them to fall asleep during nap time. Today, a lawyer for one family who says their child was given the drugs without their consent. The state is now responding tonight. New Jersey reporter Tony Yates has the latest.
It's a quiet playground. The doors to the Precious Gifts Daycare Center on Newmarket Road are closed right now after a tipster told a family their child was being given melatonin. Attorney Crystal Pettiford is representing the family.
Emotionally, this is a lot for him. This is a lot for his family. He's a very vulnerable child for many reasons, because of his age and because he's on the autism spectrum.
The facility was closed immediately, and the owner-operator, 57-year-old Cheryl Ambicki, was detained. Ambicki told us she would not speak about the case under the advisement of her attorney. The family that reported the incident has chosen to remain anonymous for the security of the child, but they are livid.
The trust was severely broken, where my client had to learn this, and thank God for the anonymous source that was bold enough and stood up for this child and possibly other children that may have been affected by this extreme negligence.
Inspectors from the State Department of Children and Families visited the child care center. Its report says not one but 2 children were being given melatonin without their parents' consent. It also outlined a list of changes for the facility to make. It says the children ages 2 and 4 were given the sleep aid before naps, no parental consent, and says the daycare must now develop and follow proper medication policy, obtain written authorization from the parents, properly store medications. It says the drugs were being kept in an unlocked desk drawer. Staff must be retrained on a number of issues, including reporting abuse or neglect, and that equipment inside and on the playground had to be repaired or removed, and at least a half dozen more changes. The parents of the child have placed him in another facility. The Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office is investigating.
This is just outrageous on multiple fronts. Number one, I'm a professional napper. Number two, I'm a parent, and Dawn, Rooney, we all have children. We entrust, we say, look, you take care of we're paying you to do the responsible thing. How many times have we seen these stories where a daycare worker caught on camera abusing a child or neglecting or not being able to tolerate perhaps an outburst? Like, if you can't handle the rigors of working in a daycare facility, then get a new job. You don't have the right to give any kid medicine. I don't care if it's melatonin or not.
Well, the thing is, if it's melatonin and that's not like a quote unquote drug, right? It's like a hormone, whatever. Well, like, if you're going to give them melatonin, what's stopping you from giving them something else without consent? And that's the issue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I remember the days in my junior high school. If I had a headache, I had to have the nurse give me ibuprofen. And sometimes if it was like too many or something, they had to call home and your son has a headache. Yes, give him you know what I mean? Like, it was to the point where we stopped doing that. I get migraines. It happens. It runs in my family.
Yeah.
My mom was like, just don't tell anyone. Here's Excedrin. If you have a problem, take it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it came down to that, because then I multiple times a week, I'm going to the nurse. They think I'm addicted to drugs. You know what I mean? He keeps asking for ibuprofen because he keeps getting headaches. You know what I mean? So, to give a young kid at a daycare melatonin so that they nap, again, where does it stop? Where do you draw the line? Oh, it's just melatonin.
Yeah.
But it's not just melatonin, because it could become something else. You don't know if these kids have an allergy or an intolerance to maybe an ingredient in that melatonin pill. Some of them are flavored. What if there's an ingredient in that flavoring that the kid is allergic to, and all of a sudden now there's some sort of Come on, what if it's made with peanut oil or something, and there's a peanut
Yeah.
So you can't do it. Don't do that. That's if you can't handle children, don't work in daycare. It's that simple.
I agree.
Yeah, and by the way, there is such a thing as quote unquote melatonin poisoning. And so when you think of a small child, they're not meant to have an adult dose of this. Like you said, it's a natural hormone, but you don't know if there are additives in this. It's intended for an adult. So
I take one.
And even without that, even if it's all benign, it doesn't matter. You can't give kids stuff without their parents' consent.
Yeah.
Period.
I take melatonin on Sunday night. I take 10 milligram every Sunday night, because Sunday night's like the worst night for me to try to fall asleep, because on my body clock, I sleep in typically on Saturday, and I tend to sleep in a little bit less on Sunday. So it's like a short turnaround to go to bed early Sunday night. Sunday through Thursday, like Sunday's the worst night for me. It's still, especially this time of year. I go to bed at 8:45 on a Sunday night. It's still daylight, and I'm like,
it's the light out. Yeah.
So unbelievable.
Nick gets the Sunday scaries thinking about Greg yelling at him.
I do. Can you imagine trying to fall asleep knowing that at 6 a.m. you're going to get yelled at Monday morning right out of the gate?
No, some tyrant with luscious blonde locks. Just demeaning you for 4 hours on the radio. I understand.
Yeah.
The struggle is
if you don't
real.
like it, you can eat me.
Exactly. Thanks, Greg.
This daycare to
naked
Sean's
jiggly
point,
asses.
They're lucky.
Is this lawyer going to have a field day?
Yes.
Well, I was going to say, possibly, but if a child had been hurt, and we haven't heard that yet, they could be looking at assault charges. Right now, I think they're staring down the barrel at possibly child endangerment, which is serious. It's a crime. But also losing their license.
That will be the big punishment.
Which is the kill shot here.
Yep.
But fundamentally, you guys nailed it. If you can't handle kids, then don't be in the child care context. I get it. It's hard. I mean, who hasn't wanted to knock out their child? But it's my child.
Right.
Right?
It's my kid,
Right?
not yours.
and I get it. Like, I've got young kids. I mean, nothing is scarier than that first time you leave your child in someone else's care that you don't know. So I don't want to, make anyone think I'm treating these parents like snowflakes, but it is a traumatic thing to find out something like this happened in your kid's daycare. Hey, if you're in your kid's daycare and something benign happens, like the stomach flu or lice, you're freaking out.
Yep.
Imagine if you find out that they're popping pills in kids' mouths without you knowing. So this is a rare example where I actually hope they do make an example out of them if the allegations are true, because this behavior, it's unacceptable. Now let's apply it to the public schools, though. That's my only corollary in New Jersey, because while we're coming down on this daycare, in the state of New Jersey, you have kids talking to their guidance counselors and their teachers about wanting to cut their balls off or get voluntary cosmetic mastectomies because they want to change their gender. And those teachers can actually get in trouble in a lot of these school districts if they share that with the parents. So I just want to carry the logic forward, Sean, and make sure it's consistently applied throughout all 21 counties of my state.
That's a good point. If we're gonna criminalize, and we should, giving kids in a daycare melatonin without the consent of the parents, then yes, you're right, 100%. I think it's a little more significant, as a matter of fact, to talk about cutting off body parts and not tell the parents.
Well said.
Right?
Yeah.
So absolutely, great point. I didn't even think that.
Yeah.
That's why we give him a pass. He comes late, but he brings good points. Right there.
According to University of Kentucky researchers, a melatonin overdose can be fatal to a 2-year-old child.
Oh, I believe it.
Oh,
can be fatal.
Oh yeah, I could see that for sure.
Yeah, and 5 milligrams.
I don't think
is
they recommend it under 3.
They don't. It can cause sleepiness. The real problem is it can cause an irregular heart rate and and breathing difficulties.
Yes.
And especially, let's say you have a child with any kind of asthma. Sean, you mentioned allergies, we don't know what's in the capsule, but irregular heart rates, breathing difficulties in a small child, and that sounds like SIDS.
Yeah.
So that's a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, you but even with adults, melatonin can reduce your heart rate and your breathing. That's if you have too much of it, you can have like depressed breathing and stuff.
Yeah.
And who knows how long this is going on? If they're giving these kids melatonin every day for nap time, there's going to be dependence. You could have irregular sleep. I mean, it's not good.
So I just received a couple of text messages from St. Kristen. She's listening to the show. And normally, I'm opposed to her listening to the show. But this actually...
she needs her own music. Like saintly music.
Like some angelic chimes.
Yes.
I'm not sure that this is 100% accurate because I don't look at the YouTube chat. But my wife is telling me, she sent me this text as we were talking about this story. I think one of your listeners passed away in a house fire. I don't know if anybody's been in the chat this morning looking on the show, but according to the YouTube chat, I hope this is not true. And if it's not true, then I'll blame Kristen and she'll be deported to a third world country immediately. Chris Forsyth, our buddy Chris Forsyth, who shows up at a lot of our remotes, great guy, goes by Dark Star or Dark Stir.
Yeah, they're saying
passed away in a house fire. His best friend reported it. And I'm not looking at the chat. I'm looking at my wife's text message. Jugg, Jugg 215 posted it.
Yes.
Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah. Well, I see.
Is this
Chris Eppolito just wrote OMG Forsyth. No, Dolly had written, oh no, sorry about Chris F. Yeah, they're all writing this.
I hope it was in the chat earlier, and I can't imagine my wife misread it, but
no, they're all right. David in South Carolina, OMG, how horrible about Chris. Yeah, they're Sarah.
Holy crap.
Oh, my goodness.
I just found the dailyvoice.com article about a man by that name.
Okay.
Pennsylvania. I'm just trying to see. Allentown? Do we know if he was from Allentown?
I don't know. I mean, I'm obviously familiar with Allentown being the Lehigh Valley. I didn't know if Chris was a PA or Jersey resident.
6ABC, a man identified after being found dead during a house fire in South Whitehall Township, Lehigh County.
Oh, that's not too far from where my
37-year-old man dead after a house fire in South Whitehall Township, Lehigh County, identified as Christopher R. Forsyth.
Jesus.
This is the Lehigh County Coroner's Office.
Is it possible there could be two Christopher Forsyths?
2800 block of Helen
last name,
Street.
I think.
So there is someone by that name. I can only say
And having met Chris,
a local story.
I wouldn't be surprised
Some of the
if
folks in the YouTube chat are saying he moved there to.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Look
I could
at
see
the
him.
article
I could
look
see
at
him
the
being
article I
37.
sent
He
you
looks
guys.
he would probably check out as a 37-year-old. Yeah, I would figure he's probably just a little younger than me.
Sorry.
Holy cow.
Oh my God.
Does he have a beard and long hair?
Yes.
Yeah, so I sent you guys that Daily Voice article. I texted it,
There's
and that's what the gentleman. I never had the pleasure of meeting him.
I'm seeing the picture. Yeah, that's him.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's holding a flamethrower in a picture. He is. He's holding a flamethrower. It's like the one Mike Opelka has. Oh,
yeah.
Jesus. Wow. 37 of Allentown, pronounced dead at 5 a.m. outside of a residence in the 2800 block of Helen Street, South Whitehall Township, after firefighters removed them from the burning home. The fire occurred at a reportedly vacant residence. Autopsy completed Monday determined Forsyth died from inhalation of products of combustion and thermal injuries caused by the house fire. His manner of death remains pending as the investigation continues.
Condolences to his family.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Wow. Unbelievable. All right. On that note, we'll come back, wrap up the cut sheet, and, of course, get to today in music history, as well as Dawn's Big Three. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown in Westchester. Get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the adventure-ready Tucson, or the 3-row Santa Fe with 0% financing for 60 months. And because every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, you always get more than just a great deal. But don't wait. Get to Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during their Hyundai Getaway Sales Event this summer.
And now your Ashley Furniture forecast. 95 degrees is the high today, and watching for extreme heat tomorrow. National Weather Service issuing extreme heat warnings for tomorrow, topping 100 degrees today and tomorrow. We have weather air quality alerts as well. Thank you, Ashley Furniture, for sponsoring our forecast. Ashley's Black Friday in July sale. It's here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax, and Ashley delivers it all for free. So get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing, the Black Friday in July sale, only at Ashley Furniture. By now, you know my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran-founded, truly live by the motto of freedom is not free. Supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. AC season, it's here. So call Marvin E. Cann's for your AC tune-up, but if you do need new equipment, Marvin E. Cann's will donate $100 to TMF. Yeah, to the Travis Manion Foundation. $100 to Travis Manion Foundation for every new installation. Proud installers of Train, Trane. Hard to stop a train. Go to marvinecans.com. marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So, I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You take care of your dog out of love and responsibility. But what if every scoop that you're feeding them is slowly making them sicker? Not because you're a bad pet owner, but because the pet food industry never told you the truth. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Blank, Amazon #1 best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. Dog food is dead food, stripped of every live nutrient that your dog needs. That's where Rough Greens comes in. Just sprinkle it on top of whatever you're already feeding them. It's packed with live probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and over 20 live vitamins and minerals, all natural and made in the USA. Thousands of dog owners are watching their pets transform. More energy, shinier coat, better mobility, and your dog could be next. Take the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. Give us 90 days and we'll give you a healthier dog, guaranteed. Get a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code USA. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code USA. Rough Greens. So good, your dog will ask for it by name.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series tankless water heater. Visit bradfordwhite.com today to learn more.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are back, 9:48. It is Kayal and Company on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Sean, Phil, Jimmy. Dawn show coming up top of the hour. Big 3, just a couple of minutes away. Today in music history in the on-deck circle as Phil
Look at all
rolls
these boxes, a lot of boxes. It's like we're in Costco. Look at all these boxes. Big, beautiful boxes. Look, we're in a FedEx. Look at that.
It is pretty crazy. So if you were listening earlier, last segment, we got some terrible news, courtesy of many in the YouTube chat. Verified and confirmed that one of our great listeners, longtime listener, a guy that was listening long before I ever got to hear, got here in the morning slot, Chris Forsyth, passing away in what appears to be a house fire up in South Whitehall Township, Allentown, PA, Lehigh Valley. Our buddy Kevin, Kevin Pulse, our buddy from Bucks County, is on the line. Kevin, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Good morning, Kev.
Good morning. Condolences to the family. So Chris and I have known each other outside of, the show. We've hung out. And so I can just speak that, we know he's had his issues, and there was some trouble back around Christmas where he was living in South Philly for the longest time, had a fallout with his roommate. There was a legal thing where he had gotten beaten up by his roommate, and then he moved back to Allentown because that's where he was originally from, under care of his brother and his grandparents. And last time I spoke to him about 2 weeks ago, he was working out in Macungie area, Maunch Chunk Road and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know where that's at.
That's what must have happened. Yeah, because that's my stomping ground where I'm at now.
Right.
With work and all.
Yeah,
and that's all I can say. That he's troubled. So there was some serious issues. So I don't know. I can't speak on the accident.
Mm-hmm.
But he might have just on his own or something.
Yeah. All right. Well, Kev,
everything goes out to his family.
Thanks for checking in, buddy. We appreciate it. There he is, Kevin in Bucks County. Yeah, all I know is he loved the show. He loved the station. I remember this was, I want to say, at one of the Piazza remotes for one of the pet
Toy drive.
The toy drive. Chris, let's just say Chris liked to dig into the adult beverages early in the day, and he might have had too many at one of the events. And I think it was. Don, I don't know if because the toy drive was around the holidays, right?
Well, it was the day you were sick.
It was the day I got laryngitis.
I couldn't speak.
But I think we had one before that in the summer around this time of year, and it was so hot out. Remember, I think he was laying in the grass.
Oh, my goodness.
I think he passed out or had just maybe he was dehydrated or was it at the one where I lost my voice where
I think it was
the ambulance had to come for him?
Yes, that was that
okay.
one.
So that was that
it
one.
was that day because I was at my first remote, so
Right.
I remember that too.
That was a debacle of a day for many of us.
For many
debacle.
Debacle.
I'm looking at
So
this.
sad. This is such a sad.
Terrible news.
Yep.
These firefighters, did their best. They're saying, I'm looking at some of the reports here to save him. They pulled him from this house, but it looks like the initial autopsy shows smoke inhalation.
Ugh.
Then they will release the official manner of death remains pending investigation, but they're talking about an autopsy report. So the coroner is releasing some preliminary tragic details.
Yeah.
We're so sorry.
You just never know when somebody all of a sudden is here today and gone tomorrow. I mean, we lost Sid Weiss a couple of years ago. Now Chris Forsyth. Just awful. Hate to be Debbie Downer, but...
Well, if you folks have any doubt too, and I just had this conversation with someone the other day, you guys really do get to us. Sometimes in the you annoy the hell out of us kind of way, right? When we're going back and forth, but usually it's a place of love. I mean, we really do care about you. It's not just some marketing bull crap. Like we consider you part of a family here.
Keep us employed.
Yeah. Absolutely, but it goes deeper, right? Like your contributions are part of this program and all the programs here at 1210.
Yeah.
I had a listener come up to me at Wegmans yesterday. Are you that guy? Are you Phil from Wegmans or from PHT? I said,
you got one of those?
Yesterday, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So, yes, there's random people that go, I have no idea who you are, but yes, I am that guy.
Yeah, that always makes you feel good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. All right,
sure. Know, like creepy things about your life.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I keep those private as much as I can.
Right. Some of us flaunt our flip-flops in our toes. Others are more private.
That's true.
Like Phil. Sean, I know you have your show coming up. Good stuff, buddy. We'll do it again tomorrow.
We'll do it again tomorrow. Prayers for the family, Chris Forsyth's family. It's just horrible news, but
all right, brother.
God bless the family and
thanks, buddy.
Lift them up in their in prayer. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Amen. All right, we will get to the big three in the Dawn Show coming up in a few moments. But first, Phil Lomquist with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 14th, we celebrate the birthday of Nick McCabe from The Verve. Heavenly birthday shout to Woody Guthrie. We also lost Jeff LaBar from Cinderella on this day in 2021. Significant Poison by Alice Cooper in 89. Who Are You by The Who in 78. And When You Close Your Eyes by Night Ranger in 84. Altitude Supertramp's debut in 70. Hello Nasty by the Beastie Boys in 98. Playing for Keats by Eddie Money in 80. Countdown to Extinction by Megadeth in 92. And Master of Disguise by Lizzie Borden in 89. Also 82, Pink Floyd's movie The Wall premiered. In 77, Elvis Costello and the Attractions made their live debut. In 67, The Who began their first full North American tour. In 2014, Johnny Winter played his final show. In 87, Steve Miller got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And in 82, Van Halen started their Hide Your Sheep tour. But lastly, on this day in 88, and I wish Greg was here, at the height of Elvis' Alive mania, Nashville radio station WYHY offers $1 million to anyone who shows up at the studio with the king. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist. Yes, 1988. He had been dead 11 years.
There he is, Phil Lomquist with the music and a Elvis dig, even in the direction of a vacationing Greg Stock. Well done.
Well,
That's how you earn points. It's one thing to take shots when they're here. It's even better when you take shots when they're not here.
And you know they're listening too, I'm sure.
Exactly right.
That's exactly right.
All right. Let's go from the music to the news. Time to get caught up. Here is Dawn and the Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Big Three, sponsored by the Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union this morning. Number one, let's get to the latest numbers in our Big Three with the latest monthly inflation report revealing some good news. We're talking about the pace of price hikes slowed sharply last month, and that's some good news here. Here's Rick Santelli. Wow, he is very excited.
Number 6, here we go. This is our June release of the Consumer Price Index, expecting a headline number to be negative 0.1%. This is 4 times more negative, minus 0.4%. That would be the biggest negative drop that we've seen since 4/20, since basically COVID timing, which really affected, of course, all of the inflation data points. So that goes back, basically 6-year low.
Wow.
And if we look at the CPI month over month on the core, also under expectations, comes in at goose egg, 0. 0 would be the smallest amount. It would equal Jan of 21. To find a smaller change or a more negative change or minus 0.1%, that's May of 2020. And if we look at the year-over-year numbers, year-over-year headline, 3.5 0.3 less than expected, much less than the 4.2 in the rearview mirror. That would be the lightest since March of this year.
Wow, 6-year low.
Yeah.
And I think core came in at 2.6.
Yeah. Hashtag Trump was right about everything.
Well, I mean, down from 9.1 to 2.6 in 6 years. Keep going, baby.
Yeah.
How low can you go? Keep going.
And this.
And have a little faith, too, for what it's worth, right?
Amen.
Question, but don't hyperventilate. Clearly, the guy has a plan.
And to your point, this latest data coming ahead of Kevin Warsh's first appearance on Capitol Hill as Fed chairman. He's set to deliver his testimony semi-annual, which he's required to do, to the House Finance Committee. That's supposed to start in 2 minutes, but he's expected to reaffirm for lawmakers the central bank's commitment to bringing down inflation and could offer fresh insight into how he sees the U.S. economy. I was looking up prepared, but usually they'll release to us some of their prepared remarks. And one of the things he said is that if we get the policy right, and we will, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past.
Kevin Hassett just cited a Bloomberg survey. Yeah. So Bloomberg surveyed 67 economists, and all 67 got it wrong with their projection.
Yikes. But I mean,
Trump just literally dunked on 100% of the experts. 67 out of 67, and they were all wrong. That's good. That's great news for Trump and for Republicans for the midterms. Keep going.
Yeah, keep on. Well, look, this is great news. If this all comes to fruition, that's amazing.
You still have a couple of months to go, too.
Can only hope
Keep chopping
and
wood.
pray.
Yep.
Yeah, amen, brother. Let's get to it. Let's talk about this. Well, 2 stories for this. This is number 2, deported for TDS. This is a 33-year-old New Jersey woman who is still a Canadian citizen accused of assaulting an underage teen girl. This happened, this is reported and it was captured on video. Recent boardwalk confrontation. The woman identified, and I think we have the mugshot. You see it there, the criminal complaint. Dan, I did find Jersey Shore Online has a plea from this woman's husband. We've been searching everywhere because the video of this incident was at some point posted online and then it was removed. So we're trying to find this. This is this woman, Caitlin Tracy. She's charged with now assault, endangering the welfare of a child, harassment, and obstruction. Here's what police say. It all started on the Point Pleasant Beach Boardwalk, July 3rd. So it's July 4th weekend. And so the non-citizen woman was apparently triggered by this juvenile girl who's walking along all decked out in red, white, and blue patriotic gear, but also has some pro-Trump gear on. And this allegedly, I have to say allegedly, triggers Mrs. Tracy, who, according to witnesses, according to this video, security video, what have you, allegedly is seen on the video striking the victim, slapping this girl not once but twice, in slapping her with an open hand, slapping her in the face, striking her in the body, screaming at her. That's the report we hear. And so the girl's parents are very upset and they put out the video. They want to talk to this woman. Apparently she turned herself in yesterday.
Wow.
And so she was arrested, processed, and transported to the Ocean County Jail, where she is being held pending a detention hearing under New Jersey's bail reform law, but also DHS and ICE were contacted.
Wow. TDS, DHS, and ICE. Go to Canada, you loser.
God.
So now this
Don't
woman,
come back.
yeah, you've got multiple law enforcement agencies at the local level, but as well, like I say, U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Because, I mean, I don't know the age of the juvenile girl. Is she, so we know that she's an underage girl who was struck. Apparently the parents were furious. As you can just imagine that.
You're assaulting a stranger because of somebody's political affiliation?
Yeah.
What a disgrace. I mean, there's the mental health breakdowns, the freakouts on TikTok, and then there's the actual physical accosting of somebody. Oh
my goodness.
Firing squad.
But how many surveys have we seen that shows that this isn't a fringe thing? This is mainstream Democrat thought, especially among younger leftists. They believe that using violence to enforce your political views, nothing wrong with it. Majorities of them in some of these surveys. So we're going to see more of this before we see less of it. And it's terrifying.
It is.
Well, I mean, so, in this one, there are witnesses. Like I say, there is some kind of a video. We're trying to find that video so that you could judge for yourself. But in it, the woman who's facing deportation or facing ICE and DHS, Trevor Williams, he apparently had posted some video. I need help for my wife.
Need help. I don't know what to do. My wife is being detained by ICE. She's in Ocean County Jail right now, and I can't get a hold of her. She keeps trying to call me, but they won't let me put money on her card. The kiosk in the Toms River jail is broken, and all the numbers and stuff they gave me wasn't right or wouldn't allow me to put money on her card. And ICE is coming there to pick her up. I need an immigration lawyer. I need help. I don't know what to do. I don't have any money. I'm so fucking.
Oh,
but I gotta figure something out. I gotta save her. I need help. I need you to figure out. I don't know. This just happened.
You caught your wife.
I need help.
And get her help.
I need my wife. I don't want her to get hurt. I don't want to see her get. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
So this is the husband, but his wife, according to police, what they're saying here is that his wife is charged with some serious charges: endangering the welfare of a child, simple assault, harassment, obstruction. And the problem here is that the wife is a non-citizen who entered the United States, yes, with a passport in 2024, but is not a citizen. And so that then triggered, because it's a non-citizen situation. And as well, you have some very upset parents who are saying, look, our child, underage child, was innocently walking on a boardwalk, 4th of July weekend, just celebrating this, and was grabbed and slapped in the face. This is according to, and it was captured on video, according to police. But, that this woman was screaming at the group of children or underage juveniles, allegedly grabbed the girl and slapped her across the face, slapped her across the body. And so the parents are very, upset about this.
Yes, as they should be.
So I don't know who called, ICE or DHS or how that, happened. Maybe the parents got wind of it. I don't know. But in this case, the husband is obviously, he's upset and he didn't do anything. I don't even know that he was there. But in this case, these are some serious charges.
Yes, absolutely.
He did some really good fake crying there. That was some of the worst fake crying I think I've ever seen. That was
want to
daytime
see her
Emmy quality.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
I mean, even Kyle Rittenhouse thinks that's a bad acting job.
Yeah, and in this one, I guess the girl was wearing sweatpants with the words Trump and ICE. So the girl, she's all decked out in red, white, and blue, but also she's, some of the sweatpants or the gear that you see is thanking Trump and thanking ICE for keeping America safe, that sort of thing. So that's what I'm presuming, this said.
Yeah.
And so here you have somebody who's not a non-citizen triggered by it.
And a husband with a bad mustache.
Commercial for terrible mustache. I mean,
Awful.
you should be kicked out of the country for that mustache alone.
I agree.
But what a great commercial for Trump and ICE, right? This is the problem.
Yeah.
We have thousands of these people in our communities who don't belong here.
Right.
And are dangerous.
Yep.
So we need to get rid of them, and then next we'll start deporting leftist white women with college degrees. But first things first, you got to start somewhere.
Exactly.
Let's get rid of the people that don't have citizenship to begin with.
Yes, indeed.
So we'll continue to follow it. They're saying that the woman, his wife, is not is that they're looking at jail records, and this is NewJersey.com is saying that the jail records don't have her listed as an inmate, presumably because she's in ICE custody. But there are also some court records saying she's scheduled for court August 4th. So we'll definitely track this and continue to follow up. But that's the latest from New Jersey situation. So there's a lot going on today that we're trying to keep a hold of. Number 3, police save the day. You think about the heat, and it's a hot summer days.
Sure.
Police really credited with saving the day when they pull over a U-Haul truck. Watch what happens. Look at this.
Oh, good puppy dog.
Oh boy. So these 2 dogs, you see them just panting.
Yeah.
Do they have like seats or something you can sit them in your U-Haul? This is not okay. Look at the belly of this guy. Is that normal color for him or? No.
What?
This is Florida. In the summer heat,
that
these
truck
dogs,
must be 150 degrees.
You have leashes? Yeah. Let's go get them. Go get the leashes.
Get him a bowl of water.
What's in there?
Paloma.
Oh, jeez, there's more.
There we go. Let's add to it. They're going to
5 birds.
So you got pigeons.
Pigeons.
So is this all the animals there is? Any more animals? Are there any more animals? I have one other animal.
So you see that this is kudos to the Flagler County Sheriff's Office there in Florida. And the deputies arrived, the deputies, you saw them order that they order the U-Haul, the back of it, the back door being pulled up. So they're identifying the arrest of the owner of this U-Haul, the dogs and the birds, 70-year-old Angel Valdez. And so what they're critical of here is the deputies saying, this is ridiculous, that these dogs were lying in their own urine, and they were not even able to stand up because of dehydration. And you see the dogs just panting, but they said that it's just, they said they could have like cooked eggs inside this thing.
So now, are they moving? Is that a U-Haul for the sake of moving?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because if you have animals, well, then get a vehicle, an Enterprise or whatever, and make sure you have the windows down or the air. You don't stick live animals in the back of the U-Haul where there's no ventilation.
Or your birds. So you could hear at one point, Nick, they were saying that in that, I think they were trying to say, why wouldn't you keep your dogs in the front with you, in the cab of the U-Haul?
Right.
Where they presumably had air conditioning, or like you're saying, they have air movement where they have the windows rolled down.
Right.
But these poor animals, they couldn't even properly stand up. And they did have a heartbeat, but it was just, horrific. So they're charged, at least the one owner is charged with animal cruelty charges.
Wow.
And so they took the dogs and treated them with a veterinarian as well as the birds, the pigeons.
Okay.
Shame.
It is. Lucky that dog didn't die.
Oh, thank God.
How many times do we have to do this with dogs and kids in car seats?
Yep.
It's 114 freaking degrees out.
And we always talk about this. Why do we have to say this?
I know.
And I've done the news stories forever.
Yep.
Where you put a temperature gauge in the back of your car. It takes no time, in minutes. The back of the back of a U-Haul or the back of your vehicle, you'd be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
In this kind of heat, sweltering heat, and then that's in Florida.
Yep.
But even here, looking at 95 degrees. Come on, people.
Yep, I agree.
Well, speaking of hot, so we'll end on a happy note, because this is number 3, start your engines for the Freedom 250 Grand Prix of DC. President Trump was just giddy announcing this.
thrilled to be here with some of the most extraordinary figures in the history of motorsports and any sport, if you think about it, as we count down to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. This will be like no other race ever. I don't think anything will ever top what we're going to be having. It just happened with UFC. It got the highest ratings of any fight in history. This will get the highest ratings of any such race. It'll be one of the most unforgettable racing events the world has ever seen. And we have the most talented people. These people have a lot of courage on my right. I don't want to do what they did. You could teach me, but it still takes something special, right? Gilbert, I know every one of you. What a great job you've done.
Awesome. How great would it have been there in that little video where they did the little pit stop if the driver in that little Indy car was actually Trump and he flips up his little visor on the helmet and takes the helmet off in a Tim?
It'd be beautiful.
Oh, that would cause TDS flare-ups.
Yeah, but Secret Service would never allow it.
No.
The man knows what he's doing, right? I mean, this is America. The same people that are going to be annoyed about this are the same people that were totally cool when we had like topless trannies prancing around in front of children on the White House lawn. He's tapping into something that's kind of at the core of who we are as we continue to celebrate 250. One of the reasons you can never count this guy out, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Amen.
nobody does these things better. Again, like we talked about this earlier, I'm not a huge racing fan, but any of these cool events, these one-off specials at the White House, I'm intrigued by every one of them.
So President Trump, he had said that it was unprecedented. We know that he had told us, and I think you played the clip earlier, when this would be. It'll be August 22nd and 23rd when the cars will be racing more than 190 miles an hour down Pennsylvania Avenue. That is crazy. For sure. But the press credential, Dan Borowski is telling us that the press credentialing is open. So let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes.
Kayal and Company, right? Heads to D.C. for... Would we get to drive? Would they let us
Every other iteration of the morning show's been to the White House. Except for this one.
It's our time,
It
friends.
is. You know what? I'm going right to... Who do I talk to? I'm going right to Skopanich.
Okay, but first, I think you should talk to, let's see, Secretary Sean Duffy.
Yeah.
Maybe he could hook us up.
Tell Duffy to get
How
us
about
some
that?
passes. We'll get a Winnebago. We'll drive down. We'll pick up Rooney 30 minutes late. And we'll have a great time.
And
Won't be there in time for the races, but, we'll still be
that's all
fine.
right.
Tickets are free. Roger Penske was there as well, and he spoke out. Let's hear from Roger Penske. 7E.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and welcome everybody here today. It's an honor for me, Mr. President, to be here and be part of this celebration. When you think about 250 years of this country, it's an amazing time. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to work. And I think we're fortunate to have the most important office in the world give us the green light and then the checkered flag to have this event in August. Think about it. Over 250,000 people signed up to come to this event. And we will be able to accommodate 100,000 each of the 2 days. And it's for free, as the President said. But we're honored. I think it's an opportunity to showcase the technology, the speed, the partnerships, and the athletes that make such a difference. We think about the Indy 500 as an iconic race, but this is going to move right up there next to it as far as we're concerned from the standpoint of the best in the world. So, Mr. President, thank you again for this opportunity, and I think we have a special helmet for you. Am I right, Alex?
We do. Nice. No way he's putting that on.
Come on, put it on.
No way, I'll mess up the hair.
It would.
Look.
You will wear that when you're riding around in the Beast, leading the field. Come to the green flag. Again, thank you, sir.
Now, with some of his Secret Service failures, I'd wear that helmet everywhere I go.
Seriously.
Is it bulletproof?
Yeah, exactly.
That's so true.
It should be.
I know that. So Dan had polled that President Trump was kind of giddy about this, and there was a pit stop performance at the White House, but there was also that amazing virtual course.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where you want to go, Dan Borowski, as we look at some of this. The hype video. This is all just so exciting. And I just think that we love it. We here at Kayal and Company, we love it. We can't get enough of it.
No, this is cool.
Right? If you're a patriot, you're loving this. The virtual course.
Yep.
Freedom 250 Grand Prix.
I saw when they did this in Tennessee around downtown Nashville. It's amazing how they pulled it off. No politics were attached to that. Of course, people will say politics are attached to this, but it shouldn't be.
No.
Good to see. Now, Roger Penske, is that the owner of Penske Trucks? I have no idea who Roger Penske is, but I know they're like, isn't Penske kind of like the competition to U-Haul?
Well, he's. I think Roger Penske.
Or is he a
he's
former
like,
racer?
Yeah, he's a pretty legend, founder and chairman of the Penske Corporation.
Oh, okay. So that is who I thought it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
he is. He's the man.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Auto racing team owner,
Transportation
businessman.
tycoon.
Yeah. And yes, former he was a driver himself, but then built an empire.
Yeah.
So he's pretty iconic dude.
His nickname's the Captain, which is a pretty sweet nickname.
He looks like a captain. I could see him wearing like a captain's hat and putting a pipe in his mouth.
Captain.
Yeah.
But he's somebody who is, I don't know. I think that he started out with this. Well, actually, there are Philadelphia roots to him because I'm looking him up. He kickstarted his business empire back in 1965. I would love to know from our friends at Piazza if he knew the Piazza family. I
dad.
suspect they know each other.
Norristown?
Because, he started back in the day, 1965, purchasing a Philadelphia. It was a Chevy dealership back in the day with a $75,000 loan from his father and then expanded from there.
Oh.
So there's some
crossover there.
Philadelphia roots. I will bet you money that the Piazzas and the Penskes have some kind of a connection.
Oh.
We got to ask that at the next event.
You're
but
right.
just
Cool.
looking him up, but there's a Philly connection.
Okay.
Kind of a iconic fella, but Roger, but multi-billion-dollar fortune that he built.
Yeah.
And sort of the American dream.
Yeah.
Personified here.
And never forget, I drove a Penske truck from Tennessee
You
back
did?
to Philly. Remember?
Oh my gosh!
When I moved the family back up here 2 years ago.
And St. Kristen was in a separate vehicle,
Rooting for me to go off a cliff in like West Virginia. Yeah.
I mean, she is a saint, but you can't
She
expect
is.
her to be in the same vehicle with Nick or something like that.
Many thought that I would cause a
That'd be
major
God
pile up. I have as much right driving a Penske truck as an illegal does driving a big rig.
Now, wait a minute. Because Nick's dog famously, Nick claims that his dog doesn't like him. I don't believe it.
He hates me, I think.
But
the feeling's mutual.
Who did the dog drive with?
I stuck him in the back of a Penske in a cage without air conditioning.
Not
and then
true.
I got pulled
That's
over.
right.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
These are classic. See, this is why we got to get Kristen on the show because we need the
Not
pictures
really.
and the video. We need the video.
Look, we got to keep the ratings up. We got to keep them up.
I think. Listen,
we don't want to do the downward turn here.
Rooney, you tell me if St. Kristen gave us the actual some of her video that she took of Nick driving that truck with said dog. Come on, this would be classic stuff.
Get those lights on!
No, we could do 4 hours of that. We'd probably have 10,000 likes on YouTube.
It would be
Greg
huge.
would be in Nirvana.
Huge.
Yeah, he would. He would.
He's not immune.
People like to see behind the curtain. When
yes, they do.
Am I
When
right?
we bring producer Dan Valdez's girlfriend, the disproportionately lovely Bella, on my show,
beautiful Bella.
it's always a hit.
Yes.
Yeah, I really don't understand. I'm still assuming it's like a community service thing. I don't get how that relationship works.
Ciao, Bella.
But
And Mama Valdez, she pops up in the chat sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good mom.
everyone around Dan is lovely. He makes no sense.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I didn't want to take us on a.
How can such a miserable, angry little guy be around so much beautiful love? It's really interesting, isn't it?
Well, big hands.
He's the stone that water just doesn't penetrate.
Yeah, yeah. Valdez walks around like mad at the world. It's unbelievable.
He does. He does.
Is he still producing your show?
When he shows up, like we're hell of a pair because I'm always late and he misses like 1 out of every 3 because he's at work.
Right.
His day job is he
Right.
produces the technology for all these big conventions.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, I'm at work in Vegas.
Right.
San
A job that
Diego,
actually pays a
Miami."
livable wage. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like
yes.
radio.
Never comes back with a tan.
Right.
So listen, this is important because Zachary Rill, who I talked about yesterday, exonerated by the courts yesterday fully, was involved in the J6 situation. Local guy, U.S. Marine, husband, dad. He is coming up after in the 10:30 hour.
Hey.
So he can finally, he's finally free to talk to all of us.
Good.
And just talk about life after.
Okay.
And Philadelphia native here, Temple grad like you. So we'll have the conversation with Zach. And so I know you guys want to hear from him. And then our very own local police chief, as well as the president of the Police Chiefs Association, that's Chief Pat Malloy. He'll be up in the 11 o'clock hour. Okay. And then we also have Supreme Court justices. They're about to testify. So, man, there's so much breaking, so much happening. We hope you stay right here. And we hope and pray, St. Kristen, here's my plea. Please give us the video.
Yes.
You could just...
But you guys have the ratings too.
We're trying to keep the ratings.
Pass it along to us, right? Matt Rooney, Nick Kayal.
I will take possession.
Yes, stay cool.
Yes.
Stay cool, you guys, in this heat.
And keep your dogs out of the back of U-Hauls.
Oh, my gosh, for sure.
All right.
So we got all that going on. Love you guys. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union, love you too. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay, free fraud, and credit monitoring. So take control of your finances. It's time. Smarter banking designed